measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Miles 24, Unamento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Dal West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, if you'd like to join us, are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Good morning, guys.
We've also got the Viking in Discord, if you wanted to say hello to him or her.
The Viking is on voice? You're kidding me.
What's up, Viking?
Hello.
You're usually on chatting away over there. What's happening?
Not much, clearly.
All right, good to hear.
No.
How was your weekend, Nathan?
It's been alright. I'm going to get coffee. My machine's on and it's waiting to be used. I've set the show up, so if there's silence, it's your fault.
How's your weekend, Adam?
It's been pretty good. I've been getting lost. I've been going down roads on the side of the road, you know what I mean, and getting lost and ending up in other counties and stuff like that. Having fun.
Are you talking about really lost, or are you talking about in this so-called argument going down roads?
I know I'm not like really lost. Like I end up in I go down back roads and I end up in different counties and having to figure out my way back through another back road. You know what I mean? End up in lakes that I don't even know existed. It's kind of cool.
Oh, so you're talking literally driving.
Directionality.
Well, in this,
Sorry, Neil.
it's all right. I live in a mountain state, so everything pretty much connects to itself. Everything's just big circles upon circles.
Circles, you say?
Yeah, circles and elevated circles. Oh, I started going to church. I went to church yesterday for like the third time in a row. It's the first time I ever went of my own accord, you know, like just because I felt like I should.
What kind of church?
It's a Baptist church.
Oh boy, the fighting Baptist.
Yeah, I don't think like anybody. I don't think like them exactly. but I'm trying to get to the understanding. I never read the Bible, you know, and I like talking about that, and I don't get to talk about that with many people. So I felt like that should probably be where I should go.
Well, one thing is, the Baptists, they call them fighting Baptists because it's all about the word to them. So they're correct, because it's all from the Bible. So you're in a good place if you want to learn or comprehend. You understand? They got salvation down. They got the Trinity down. They got everything down. Speaking in tongues, they got that down too. Because you got a lot of these churches with people just blabbering, and they think that they're exercising the gift of God, and they're just rambling, taking it out of context. Unless there's an interpreter there to interpreting what you're saying, you're supposed to keep it to yourself.
I don't know if they pull out the snakes or whatever. I'm gonna go visit the Jehovah's Witness.
Those freaking crazy vomit out the demon churches. Vomit it out. Vomit it out. Yeah. Listen, if you're going in there on the stand, God knows your heart. Bring it all through. That's what he did for me, that is. But let me hear what they say about Genesis. Or you're not going to bring any of those questions up? You're just going there to just try to comprehend the Bible, right?
I mean, I have no problem, defending my position because it's levels flat and gas filled space. So, I have no problem doing that. I'm not going in there like, listen, Bible thumpers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be a mistake. Don't do that. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, knowing what you know, you're going to hear things that are going to bother you because to them, they live in a heliocentric system. So you're going to see them using the freaking galaxies to glorify God. And it's going to be like, jeez.
Yeah, I understand. I do. But I can, people are people. Dogma is as dogma does. I think the quote went.
You got somebody else trying to start, new dogma. Stop lying, Nathan.
You what, sorry?
Yeah, it's not
I'm not
3
paying
minutes.
attention. What did you say?
Minutes.
What did you say?
Somebody's yelling from the sidelines for you to stop lying, Nathan.
Okay, now. And been hearing it for about 12 years now.
Well, stop lying pertaining to the book. And he's going to have to defend this his whole life. He's going to have to try and rewrite history. And it's just funny because you go to the comments, right? I just said, let me see what's going on. So I went into the comments of this Nathan Stop Lying video that he put out. And there was somebody in there that sent the comment. And man, he had the history of what went down perfect. I'm like, it's you don't even have to say anything. People know. People ain't stupid. Everybody's not a gullible housewife or an egotistical prick that's going to buy the bullshit. Would you like me to read it?
You do whatever you feel necessary. You've took the words out of my mouth already. I'm proud. Like, it reaches a point where things kind of are what they are. And when you spend the majority of your life, as far as your online persona is concerned, in front of a camera or recording what you're doing at all times, you can't really rewrite history very easily. That is to say, when you suggest that somebody knows the score, yeah, because I broadcast the score. I've got hundreds, if not thousands, of shows on what I do and how I do it and how things have come to pass for me. So when someone comes along and decides that they want to be a little mini-me, pretend that my life is actually their life, people go, what are you doing? No. When you say, I don't need to defend anything. No, you're right, I don't. You summed it up last week. You were like, there's this impression that I've created a load of videos to defend my position. I'm like, I don't need to defend anything. right? What I have done is fired people. Now they're not here anymore. What's that? I keep hearing about how they're in the pub saying that the company they've been fired from is actually wronged them. Yeah, people do that all the time when they get fired. They badmouth the company that they've left. They have left our company, right? Why? Well, they were dismissed from it. Again, no matter rewriting history will alter what has happened, like facts. They attempted to extort from somebody over them. And the person who was in charge went, get lost. And pushed them out the door, said, don't come back. And that was it, right? What happens afterwards? They say I need to prove it. What, to my boss? Do I need to prove it to my boss so I can fire you? I've already fired you. Fuck off. What do you think you are? You stupid muppets. All you're trying to do is appeal to the people around you that you're not a thieving pair of fuckers. Okay, well, good luck with that. Hopefully, you'll convince a few people that you're not a pair of thieving fuckers. Facts. You were dismissed from my company because you're a thieving pair of fuckers. Change history. What are you going to do? Tell me I'm lying? I had something, you helped me with it, then it went into your possession. I call that theft. I reported you to the police for theft because you stole from me. I wonder if they've made any police reports about the alleged almost theft from them as they spin their theft. No, you're just thieving fuckers. You've been dismissed as a consequence of your thievery. That's the end of it as far as I'm concerned. Now, I have turned that into something. That is to say, I've turned it into a chapter in my book. And by chapter, I mean about 5 or 10 lines in one of the chapters about a many multitude string of people who've tried to betray me, backstab me, steal from me, lie, cheat and deceive. Well, that happens regularly. In the 12 years, at least these latest thieving fuckers think that they're the big I am. Because they've tried to extort and steal from Nathan Oakley and are now from the sidelines, I described this months ago, basically in a metaphoric boat sailing away from us going, what is it they're saying? Show us the tapes, stop lying, stop lying, stop lying. It's like you're floating away in a boat that I pushed you into and kicked you off the main ship. Now you're floating away screaming at me. What do you think is going to happen? You think you're going to be let back on the ship? No. What you do in the meantime is inconsequential to this ship. What this ship does is carry on as it was, doing what it's done for 12 years. Now, people who happen to float by said dinghy, screaming and ranting and raving about the big ship and how it's deceived them and the big ship stolen from... Yeah, shut up. Yeah, there's a few floaters and dregs that might float by you that you might convince. The big ship sails on. Now, shut up. You can still hear you, and it's kind of getting irritating. But eventually they'll run out of steam, trying to paddle towards the big steamship. No, it's disappearing into the distance, waving bye-bye as we lose interest. Now, there's certain amongst us that just find this drama too intriguing. And they can't help themselves. Now me, I totally get it. I've written about it. I understand it, right? I can now smile about it. Because what's history? They were here, they tried to steal, they got sacked. Now they're not here. What's that? They say blah, 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 blah. Right, does that change that they were here, now they're not? Well, no, they're not here because they what, disappeared voluntarily? I'm pretty sure I remember hearing in a quivery voice, he's removed me from the group. So, yeah, I have. That's my prerogative, you dumb fuck. I removed you, that's right, sacked. Removed, keys taken off you and boot up your ass. Now you're disappearing into the distance saying that I've stolen from you and I'm the liar. Shock and awe. What a surprise. Yeah. Meanwhile, 5 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, no one will give the tiniest of shits. Literally, no one cares. I already stopped caring 8 months ago. Now, the fact that these two thieving fuckers have decided to, wave it in my face, the material they stole by publishing it after reheating it with the story of a cobweb-fannied spinster? Oh, sorry, what? Is that going to get you a Pulitzer Prize? You're going to get the Nobel Peace Prize for it? No, it's an absolute clusterfuck. I've seen it. Yeah, it's shite. Why did you rush it out? Oh, because you wanted it out on a date that I put out there. Some random arbitrary date that I set with my wife and I to finish what was at the time the 10th draft. Well, now we're into 13.5 between you, me and the publisher. That's where we're at. Books that are polished and refined take a bit more time. books that are stolen and you want to get copywritten quickly so you can say, look, it's mine, I registered it. Yeah, those get shit out as quick as you can at a date that's arbitrarily set by someone who sacked you. That's what you do. That's what's happening. And I get it. It's delightful. It's entertaining. It's drama. Okay, yeah, but the drama will eventually end and they won't be getting back on the boat. They're still being kicked off the big ship that they thought that they were in charge of. What's that? Oh, no, I'm not in the group. Yeah. The ones I owned. It's my boat. You stupid idiot. I invited you on board and then I made you walk the plank. Now you're moaning and being shocked. You're like, well, what an idiot. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, they'll rewrite history where freaking OBS was invented by them. The world was only flat because of their existence, and everything that ever existed to do with this subject matter is directly consequential because of them. Like, my God. How much smoke do you want to blow up your own arse?
Basically, that's what they're saying. That's a little annoying, though, too, when he says, what have you done? You opened up a hangout daily. Millions of people do that. But let me read what this guy said because he hit it right in the head. His name is @Albaruni Cappuccino. You expect me to believe that knowing Nathan for nearly 10 years, you can't recognize he's just being facetious regarding Betty? Do 7 offsuit. If the book is your authorship and your intellectual property, why did you ask Nathan if he would put your name on it? You also said your arguments are for everyone to use. Release the tapes? ? All Nathan's material is published, and you demonstrated that with this very presentation. I remember when you first showed up at Oakley's and started educating everyone on logical fallacies and the scientific method. I remember 10th Man suggesting that Nathan write a book to help support his family. I remember you calling his unpublished book a piece of shit and that you would help him write a better book. I remember are we working on Nathan's book after the live show? This keeps getting worse and worse. Even Hillary Clinton is blushing. Got a couple of things wrong, like they helped edit a book, not write a book. That's what they said. So that's what this guy said.
Yeah,
I thought
like
he
I
had
say,
it pretty much
without
spot
any
on.
effort on my part, right? I don't need to make any effort. Right? My move was to throw them out. Right, that's it. And once I turn my back on you, that's it. You know, it's not like I'm not seeking an explanation. I'm not seeking revenge. I'm not seeking anything. I do not care. Well, the people around me care because they're making a little drama about it. Well, of course they are. Yeah? They don't want to be remembered for the thieves that they are, do they? So they need to spin and flap and make as much fuss as possible and suggest that I'm in somehow the wrong. Oh, okay. I expected that. It's not like you're the first narcissist I've ever dealt with. You know, the thing about narcissists, right, the best thing about them, if anything is good to be said about them, is that they're predictable. Extremely predictable. So, narcissistic smear campaign, it's got a title. Yeah, it has. It's not a shock. Like, that's why when you sever ties to them, you sever them deep, right? You don't just say, oh, well, you need to start explaining to people how, you know, you've done this and you've done that. You go, fuck off and never darken my door again. What's that? You want to use the skills I gave you to broadcast to the audience that I offered you? That's all right. You can keep them. We're quite pleased that they've been lined up alongside you so we can quickly identify them as the stupid. Good. Keep highlighting this little beacon of stupidity towards certain individuals so we can identify them easily while you moan in the pub about how the big bad factory, is actually cheating you. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wonderful. And the more they get taken in by it, the better. Because I'm trying to turn my back on these people. I'm actively insulting them as conspirators. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Meanwhile, you guys are the fart-sniffing, anti-globe conspirators who want to debunk something that doesn't exist. Ignore the reality of our world which we measure so that you can sniff your own farts and tell about everybody how wonderful you are when you have arguments. No. You can do that. You just do it over there, away from me. That's what I have already instigated. That is already the case. Nothing's going to change that fact. I used to get it from temporary staff. They'd come in looking for jobs and you'd introduce them to some skill that they didn't have. And then they'd go out into the job that you put them in. And then within 6 months, they forgot that you were the one who put them in their job and pay their paycheck and write their payslip. When they start telling you about how the job's done. Like, I think you're forgetting who your employer is. You think this company that you're temping for employs you. Wrong. I employ you and I will now fire you. But I've become an integral part of this team. You are my employee and I am now firing you. Piss off, get out of my office and don't ever darken my door asking for employment again. That's what I had to do on a daily basis with trumped up little fuckstains just like Adam Meakin and the Quantum Eraser. Both trumped up little fuckstain employees who I had to dismiss and kick out the door and tell to never return because, in this instance, they were thieving. So it's not like I'm not expecting them to say, no, we weren't thieves. We're really good guys. Of course they're going to do that. That's what you do when you get caught thieving. You protest about how the person accusing you is actually in the wrong. Yeah, predictable. Very, very predictable. So what did I do 8 months ago when I predicted this would come around? I published tapes. So that 8 months later, I wouldn't give two shits. I'm like, I've already published the tapes that I know will be demanded of me in 8 months' time, predictably on cue. Here we are, narcissist smear campaign in full swing, and I'm holding the keys to innocence of people I've already dismissed for thieving. They've been dismissed for stealing. You can turn around and say, well, they say they didn't. They have been dismissed for stealing. You don't seem to understand this. That's what's happened. It's not going to be something that's going to not be the case in history. What you want to do, you're going to come up to me and say, no, you didn't dismiss them for stealing. Yeah, I did. You're going to tell me I didn't fire them for stealing. Yes, I absolutely did. I showed them the fucking door. And then they bleated and moaned about, what, we're out. I'm not inside this group anymore. What, the one that I owned? Yeah, you're not in it anymore, you dumb fuck. Now tell everyone how I'm stealing from you. And I'm lying and holding the keys to your innocence with tapes I haven't published, while I laugh at you and call you a thief. Because that's all that's ever going to happen whenever the names Quantum Eraser and Adam Meakin come up. What, those two thieves that stole from me? Yeah, I fired them for stealing. That's what I'll just say, because it's a fact. Can't change facts. Were you dismissed for stealing? No. Well, you're a liar. You were in their company. You were working for him. You were editing his book so he could make, quote, 10x, because you wouldn't work on it unless he's there because it's his book, end quote, Adam. Talking about me and his loyalty to his boss, that he's offering assistance with a project that he's helped with until the point he got fired for stealing. And he got shown the fucking door, didn't he? Those are just the facts in the matter. Dispute them all you like. Two thieves got kicked out for stealing. Want to dispute it? I don't give a shit. Dispute it all you fucking like. They say they didn't. Oh, yeah, that's really interesting. That's why you used to get references for employees. Oh, you are a good employee. You wouldn't steal from anybody. Bring, bring. Hi, why did this person leave your company? Fired them for stealing. Oh, you did? Oh, thank you, Nathan Oakley. Thank you for letting me know that I definitely shouldn't trust or employ this person. What's that? Lots of people will trust and employ them anyway. Yeah, dumbos. And what do I know? Like a predictable beacon of light, these two fucking thieves are putting a nice little spotlight on the dumbest people in the community. Letting me know. You'd employ a thief, wouldn't you? Good on you. Glad QE and Adam are holding a nice burning bright spotlight on you so we know who you are. Yeah? That's why we got references. So when the thieving fucker stood in front of you telling you he wants you to employ him, says, I wouldn't steal from anybody, their former employer, that in this instance, not metaphorically, is me, Nathan Oakley, the one in charge telling these two thieving fucks what to do until they got sacked for thieving. That'd be me. Yeah? I would tell that person who sought references for thieves, no, I did not dismiss them for any benign reasons. They stole from the company. Yeah, they would not be re-employed. We used to say it much more kindly, in a way that other people who nod at you when they knowingly understand the language you're using, because you can't directly tell them personal information. I will, because I've published the facts. As a publisher, as a broadcaster, these facts are out there. So what I'm going to do, say what I didn't dismiss them from my company for thieving. It's been broadcast. It happened basically in front of an audience. So there's no disputing it. There's no arguing about it. There's no rewriting history and gaslighting. That's what fucking retards forget in the 21st century. You don't get to rewrite history. It's all recorded, you dumb fucks. You were sacked for stealing. You're going to have to defend it for the rest of your natural-born life so long as you remain in this community. You don't have to fucking like it.
Well, you got into the break. He's another fumbler. After a decade of watching QE's presentations and contrasting that to the book, it's absolutely cannot be mistaken as stolen material. It is exactly the material QE presents through the last decade. It's great to have a hard copy of all the presentations. Best wishes, highest regards.
Nice,
Fuck off
bright,
into the
burning
break.
light. Oh, really? Nice, bright, burning light about the decade of material that I've got 2,500 tapes demonstrating what I do, while QE is introduced to the community and how to broadcast by me about halfway through my tenure. I'm thinking no. But there's going to be, like I say, a burning light on the stupid.
How are you?
Hot, hot, hot. Very sweaty here in the UK currently. I'm going to turn my lights off. I've had them on for my intro. If I go back on camera, it's just going to have to be dark. It's just too hot. It's gone up about 5 degrees here since starting the show, just from having the lights on.
Well, it's Memorial Day in the States, and that's the day that we kick off the summer. So I guess it's hot everywhere.
Yeah, it happens every year. Yeah, it's been...
How do you measure that?
I don't know. I haven't asked for the temperature. I just know I'm very, very sweaty, and I don't need a thermometer to tell me it's hot today. Kids
No. You said it happens every year. So how do you measure a year? That would be time, correct?
Yes, that would be time. A convention derived from the sun's movements, averaged over I'm going to say 365 day, but that's conventions within conventions, Neil, now, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a flat plane to measure elevation angles for a sun that you can derive averages for, you can extrapolate a convention we call time. And then you can have days and minutes and hours and so on and so forth.
So it's not the Earth spinning.
It's not that it's not the Earth spinning. It's more that time is not a fourth dimension. So when people have the convention described to them, the pseudo-Riemannian space-time bending to create a geometry that can further extrapolate out into having multiple dimensions is the work of science fiction. And for a layman, they will not invest the cognitive processing in a mathematical extrapolation from an Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian geometry that works outside the confines of length, breadth and depth to give us a space-time in a geometry that's superseding a gravity that violates the second law of thermodynamics. So second law of thermodynamics would be the arrow of time, entropy, right? Everything moving to a more decayed state, let's just say. So you're always getting older, gases spread out to fill volumes, the world's falling apart if you don't do anything to maintain it, right? The building will eventually crumble to dust. That's the arrow of time, in a simplistic way describing the second law of thermodynamics. Now, explaining it with the number of available microstates isn't necessary when you're just describing gas, for example, spreading out. That's a very simple description of an effect categorized with the second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion. So if you're going to work within a convention, you work within the convention that's laid before you, And in the case of time, the arrow of time is a more accurate way of describing our existence within the space that we occupy, space being length, breadth, and depth. So to describe it as a dimension can be spun to seem logical, in spite of the fact that they're taking that dimension and applying it in a three-dimensional way that would allow you to traverse time itself, where you end up with multi-dimensional theories and string theories. And the science fiction that follows gives us No Way Home and, you know, Spider-Man movies in the multiverse and no amount of Thanos coming through time portals and all that sort of stuff. That's all based on the current rhetoric that's extrapolated out from a fourth dimensional space-time. Time being a convention when you look at a watch, but moreover a description of our existence. The passage of time is entropic. The convention of time is something we can utilize with a chronometer to know where specific light entities will be at a given time that you can track with a convention on a watch and then apply to a system on a map. But all of these conventions apply to a flat Earth prerequisite when we measure them. So if it's Cartesian for length, breadth, and depth, or elevation in terms of the angle acquisition if we're measuring the sun, as per the diagrammatical examples that roll their way around all the time when we're doing these shows. But it doesn't apply to a geodesic that you could bend to give you the inference of multiple dimensions or multiple strings that could be somehow accessed if we only had the technology. Or if we were Doctor Strange. This is fart-sniffing 12-year-old dweeb bullshit that was similar but not identical to the stuff that brainwashed me when I was a child. I used to like watching Red Dwarf. And a lot of the conventions that they're employing come from a brief history of time, which was the modern pseudoscience of the 80s and 90s, to put into science fiction like Red Dwarf, Star Wars, Star Trek. That's where we got programmed. The current generation get slightly more complex and accepted values of pseudo-Riemannian space-time bending, sometimes back on itself, creating time loops. And as an extrapolation further too, you have multiple dimensional string theory that is also lent into when you see things like time dimensions being accessed and all the stuff that you have on the current cinema when it comes to science fiction, at least. So time is just a convention when we describe it, or a law of nature when you utilize the arrow of time to describe decay.
What do you have to say about the government's release of the pictures of aliens? I think there's 4 different types they put out there.
I talk about this in the book that's about to come out, hopefully by the end of the month. Just a couple more weeks. There's a chapter called The Offing, and The Offing is describing something the 10th man originally unearthed about 4 years ago. And that was to say, beyond the conventions that are hijacked for Earth curve mathematics, that's the distance to the offing, identical mathematics that have been hijacked and used to suggest that we've got a distance to geometric horizon. I remember hearing it, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's. What? You're like, hang on. Distance to the offing is just the distance to the horizon calculation below the surface level still. They haven't changed much when they hijacked it. But in 10th Man's books, a bit like when we, 10 years ago, 12 years ago now, Martin and I, Mapper Monday visit, looked at what was on the map versus what's on the maps now. And most of us will have been taught in our history classes the evolution of the known territories and us expanding into them by way of flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements to the stars to track their movements, plot them so that we could know with time where they would be above at given points so that we could utilize that information to find our way at sea and, more importantly, find our way back when we navigated out towards new territories. Now, in modern vernacular, we will use anybody from these newly discovered worlds that comes home where we are now, if we are the traveller in this example, they would be described as aliens to where we belong, if we call where we are home. So with that vernacular in mind, and given that the only known new worlds that have been discovered are documented throughout history with the expansion of the known worlds, the known territories on the maps as they expand and show more and more new worlds. And on those new worlds, there's often indigenous people that you would inevitably, if you hadn't seen them before, be discovering, that is to say, finding for the first time. That doesn't mean that they weren't in existence. It just means that you weren't aware of them as you discovered these, let's call them aliens, in the new worlds found, utilising horizontal principles to travel out beyond the offing, beyond the horizon, into the new and uncharted territories. That's how we found the new lands. That's how we found people on them, and in some instances, new animals, and even new people, aliens. So it's not a stretch to imagine that that expansion would have continued, but for the fact that we were enclosed on a ball by way of Roman Catholic heliocentric rhetoric that evolved over the past 500 years in real terms. Prior to that, all we did was navigate the surface with horizontal directionality, that's azimuth, utilising compasses for north, south, east and west, and elevation angles, angles with respect to the surface level, to the stars so we could navigate our positional information with respect to the tracked data in the almanac. So with all of those things in tow, we know, nothing I've said is contentious, we found new worlds beyond the horizon. Fast forward to the modern times where we are alleged to find new worlds in the sky? Soil in the sky, you say? Well, munch it down, because that's your worldview. If you're a heliocentrist, you believe the lights in the sky are soil. Now, I don't believe that. Soil's below me. The sky, that's air, that's above me. That's what I experience. To suggest that, there's more there's more soil to find in the sky is absurd. To me, it's so ludicrous to even contemplate this now, because having looked in depth with the help of people like 10th Man into how we expanded the known territories, what the terminology was in the process of navigating the known territories flat, and how much of that information has been hijacked and applied to heliocentric, sphere Earth worldviews that you can't stand on when you convert them to the actual navigation systems that we utilise. At best, you can be inside a globe Earth if you're going to utilise anything in navigational terms, and the practically applied demonstration for any normie would be the coordinate system. We're talking about elevation angle measurements to provide the system in the first instance. Plotting it with respect to a map that's wrapped around you if you want it to be heliocentric and globe-based would require equatorial planes inside a ball that's a glorified protractor to describe that heliocentric globe-Earth worldview with. Because the application of the navigation systems that's allowed us to expand the territories, and now term the people we found there aliens, was flat then, is flat now, and can only be flat because it's applied to the ground that we measure. Flat in all instances.
The sine qua non.
You are sorry?
Sine qua non is a Latin terminology for what you use as prerequisite flat Earth elevation angles.
Okay, that's a new one on me.
I put a picture of the aliens they released in Master B. One is called Mantis, one is called Gray, one is called Reptilian, and one that looks like a human is called Nordic. So strange, right?
So we've got the greys, like the greys that we've always seen. We've got the Scandinavians, the tall people from up north, of course. We've got the ETs, and we've got the psychopaths. Fantastic. They're all just
It's
metaphors.
interesting that it was.
Let me just address this. What these have been conjured into existence with is stereotypes and archetypes, right? Where can we pull stories of aliens from? Well, let's start with the Nordic. What, like the stories of going up towards the Hyperborean up north where the North Star is? Maybe Mount Meru. What a some new feast of nonsense. No, there's nothing new under the sun. Right? They can only recycle. Reptilians, well, like people who are devoid of empathy, as in based on the pineal gland when studying psychopathy for the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual. Those sorts of reptilians, like the reptilian mind. So that's an archetype, isn't it? Right? A stereotype would be the Greys, like the little ET aliens. So we've got the people beyond the area that we experience, generally speaking, but in the case of the Nordics, it's the North, right? The Scandinavians. In the case of the Greys, it's the stereotypical alien that you would envisage when you go to Hollywood and someone puts a rubber mask on. When it comes to the narcissistic endeavours of the people who actually control us, they're not aliens, they're narcissists. Cream rises to the top. That's why they're all monsters in politics. That's how it works. That doesn't make them aliens. What was the fourth one? Got Greys, we've got the narcissists, we've got the Nordics. What was the other one?
Mantis is the...
Mantis?
It's like a...
This is hilarious. What, like the insect men? What, like from the 50s alien movies? When you get a guy in a foam rubber suit that looks a bit like a cross between a praying mantis and a grasshopper? Those aliens? Yeah, narcissistic recycling. They don't have any new ideas. So they've just pulled from, well, what do people call aliens? Well, some people suggest that the people who rise to the top and control the world in Western terminology, that's narcissists, by the way, that's psychopaths, right? People who are devoid of empathy, to boil it down to brass tacks. That's why they rise to the top. We'll call those the, what did you call those again? Like from They Live, what are they called?
Those are the reptilians, right?
Reptilians, right? Which is derived from the reptilian cortex, right? When studying, I've already covered that, DSM. What is it now? DSM-5. You got the foam rubber suit mantis men, you got the ETs, and you got the guys from up north, the really tall dudes. Do you like my use of up north? Epic. Yeah. Epic bullshit.
Interesting that they're coming out with it now, though. Like in the 50s and 60s, even in the 70s, you were a nutter if you talked about aliens. Now the government releases, here's what they look like.
No, they don't. This is all garbage, right? All they can do is recycle based on old stories, right? People who are trying to keep charge don't come up with new inventions, new technology, even new stories, right? All of the stories about the time dimensions that I talked about when referencing entropy with the arrow of time to answer Neil's question. What was I talking about? Right, the Avengers, what we'd like Thor, the god of thunder, and Odin, and Loki, they don't know how to invent new stuff. They just recycle old stuff. That's all they do. Because there is nothing new under the sun. So to have it plausible and cross-referenceable, they just take the bullshit stories that stuck from the 70s. People like the idea of Greys, what with the ET aliens. Okay, well, that could be one of them. People tell stories, from this very community, tell stories of the Nordics, the very tall blonde. That's what they're like in like Norway and Sweden and stuff. I've been there. They're all very tall, right? They saw a picture of my wife. I just started seeing her when I was a rep, so dealing with electronics, going out to various different countries all over the world, not just Europe. But in this instance, I'm in Europe, it's very cold, and I'm dealing with these very, very, very tall people. Now, I am not short. I'm like 6'2", right? But I's probably the shortest man there at the time. Everybody above me towers over me. Everybody's blonde. and every woman is blonde and beautiful. Now, when I bring out my wallet and I've got a picture of my now wife, at the time girlfriend in there, and she's a brunette, all the men huddle around. I'm like, what's the big deal? They're like, well, because everyone around them's blonde. So therefore, a brunette, it was explained to me in this, the most literal of terms I'm explaining it to you, as the guy at the bar with me is explaining when we're, sitting around not actually dealing with equipment, relaxing. He's explaining, everyone around here would kill to have your woman. Why? Because she's brunette. No one around here is brunette. They're all blonde. You're like, yeah, it's great. I like blondes. So you're looking at all these tall 5'8" to 6 foot tall blondes going, nice. And they're all obsessed with your woman because she's a brunette, right? Well, that's what it's like up in those Scandinavian countries. But they've turned that into the stories of travelling to the Hyperborean where we have giants. You could imagine somebody who's dead short, little pygmy mofo, waking their way up to somewhere in the Scandinavian countries, and they would seem like giants. When I used to go to the Far East, Japan or China or whatever, I was considered a giant at 6'2". Like they'd go, "Oh, you giant." No, I'm not. I'm just a bit taller than average. Not giant. Now imagine somebody at that end of the scale going up to, I don't know, Norway, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, it's the land of the giants." You're like, what preposterous crock of shit. I love it though. It amuses me greatly. What can they do to get people to buy into this shite? I just take every avenue of every alien that's ever had a prevalent story told about it and say, yeah, that's legit.
Well, they say they pulled them out of a crashed alien crafts, and the funny thing is, my brother came around with this a couple of weeks ago. He said, "Neil, what are you doing? I thought you'd be on your program now. The government released these tapes, and you always say space is fake. Look, they got pictures of the aliens now."
I mean, if aliens, then second law of thermodynamics violating 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum with soil in it? No, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If we have a heliocentric sky vacuum, then we will experience greys, otherwise known as ET. I keep forgetting what they call them. Reptilians, psychopaths, the people from Northern Europe, and, mantis men. Therefore, sky vacuum, obviously. That's a logical fallacy. But very, very amusing.
Yeah, I said outer space is fake. The way we've been taught is fake. But, yeah, you need containment. And we just don't have that in heliocentrism.
It's just, I think it's a lot more fundamental now. It always breaks down to the most basic of stuff when you sort of step back from it and go, it's just measured flat, who cares? You do contemplate some of the more basic discussion points that you've had over the years. In this specific instance, soil in the sky. We were talking about it on Friday, right? Taking me up to the soil in the sky. No, it's not. There's no soil in the sky. There's gases. We're breathing them, right? I mean, strictly speaking, I'm on the first floor. I'm in the sky, right? What's around me? Well, lots of air that I'm breathing. That's it. There's no soil. You get to a certain height and you can even measure and survey the maximum altitude of the soil. I mean, you only get that by measuring a flat with respect to a horizontal plane of reference and described from sea level. You can describe a perpendicular elevation of anything that's been surveyed on God's green earth. But you'll do that flat. But at a certain point, that's it. There's no more soil. There's just air above that point. What? The soil's the little lights? They're lights. Can you not see that they're lights? You say they're soil. Yeah, and psychopaths come from there. And mantis men. The mantis men's got to be my favourite. Because where's the mantis men thing come from? It's come from 1950s foam rubber men. That's where that's come from. To offer some plausible acceptance from the public, they need to have something that's already in place that's planted the seed in your mind when they say it's true. And in this instance, They need a bit more than just, well, we can't just say it's people who've got no empathy. We can't just say it's Northern Europeans. And if we just say it's E.T., people will be like, so it's just like the ones in the movie? Like, we need more. Oh, we had one more. Which one? 50s Mantis Men! The foam rubber suits! Give them orange eyeballs, fangs, and hooks that come down like this. Perfect. And then, when someone says you don't like the E.T. version of our bullshit story, take Northern Europeans.
But,
This is the funniest thing I've heard in ages. This is so funny.
In my opinion, the Greys come from Lamb, who Aleister Crowley's meant to have summoned some bloody demon, but that looks like the stereotypical Grey. And I think that's one of the first times I've seen that depicted.
I just think it's hilarious. Very funny.
But maybe this is all promotion for Steven Spielberg's new movie coming out next month, Disclosure Day.
Oh, yeah. But they have their place, right? The Mantis ones, they want to just kill everything and use us, our planet for resources, right? They all have their purpose. The Nordics, they're just like us. They don't mean us no harm. They're going to give us their technology, right? Then you get
you're mixing them up.
race.
You're mixing up the ones that Steve Gutenberg introduced us to in the pool that were, in like clamshells. And they,
Cocoon?
Yeah, those were the ones that, they're really hiding those. The government's keeping them because they're basically the fountain of youth, and they don't want to tell you about those ones. They're keeping the cocoon aliens hidden from you.
So those are the fifth one, the Celestials, right? Because they were just light, right? And they never died. Like, when the guy died in Cocoon, it was like the first time they grieved.
Like angels.
Because they live forever.
I saw somebody about a year or so ago that was drawing anatomically accurate angels. And you're like, oh, that sounds interesting. What, like based on the descriptions of the Old Testament? That's a very interesting concept. I wonder what they look like. So he starts drawing, and it ends up looking like a freaking demonic coronavirus. You're like, what? What's that? And that's how they describe it. That's an angel. Like a single eyeball staring at you from the front that's massive, and then all these other eyeballs on the side of it. Yeah, well, I mean, the DC universe used up all the good aliens, didn't they, in the form of the gods and Thanos and stuff. So, they can't be pulling from that pool. So, best to pull. If you're going to pull from somewhere, 50 sci-fi it's definitely going to be my first choice. Like the most obscure of alien disclosures, the ones that were disclosed through 50 sci-fi.
You just credited DC with Thanos. That is freaking Marvel.
Batman would be afraid and very afraid, wouldn't he? I'm thinking of The Fly. I'm getting them all mixed up today.
It's funny because so many times I've seen that movie where The Flash, right? And in The Flash, of course, he's in an alternate universe. And in this universe, Back to the Future is Eric Stoltz. And he keeps saying, why do you say Eric Stoltz? It's Michael J. Fox. And the guy's like, nah, Eric Stoltz is in Back to the Future. I didn't know that Eric Stoltz had the original part until you said something the other day. So that part never made sense to me.
Yeah, I can see him.
Now it does.
He's still in the film in various different bits. So in the cafe scene when he meets Biff, you see the back of Eric Stoltz's head just before he gets... before it jumps off the bar stool or whatever you call it in the cafe in the 50s. That's Eric Stoltz's head. And then when he jumps out of the way of the DeLorean, that's a shot that was also filmed with Stoltz that's still kept in. There's a couple of others. That's coming from multi-dimensional theory. Again, this gets discussed in the chapter on gravity. So the way it's explained, so that you can conceptualize their multi-dimensional theory, and wiping tears out my eyes because I'm laughing about it. I won't start again. Oh, okay. Is if you imagine you're a playing card, then you can experience the first and second dimensions if you're a queen on a playing card. But if you were taken down a road that allowed you to conceptualize a world where you didn't have a third dimension, then you could be told that it's reasonable for you as a queen on a playing card to not be able to comprehend the third dimension, the depth that we are so joyous in experiencing. Ergo, with you being a mere three-dimensional entity, it is not possible for you to experience the pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry of a fourth dimension. Therefore, they'll show you three-dimensional examples pictorially of things like gravity wells, and they'll say, look, this three-dimensional Cartesian description and diagrammatical example of something that would literally bend a sheet if it was one is actually the bending of a conceptual medium plucked out the arse of a man named Einstein that you cannot experience in the same way a playing card can't experience a third dimension. You, mere mortal, cannot experience a fourth dimension. Well, when you step that idea up, you end up with, well, I've missed a step, where you bend geodesics back on themselves. That's Einstein's gravity. That's geodesics bending in a pseudo-Riemannian geometry. But when you take that and hijack actual scientific validity from quantum science, you can come up with quantum gravity and string theory, where you take up that concept up beyond that fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh dimension into a world that allows the reification of said concepts to exist through the science fiction of things like Doctor Strange. So they still have the same concepts explained in things like Red Dwarf, with wormholes and time holes and things of that nature, that were designed to be an expansion of Einstein from, I think I mentioned it in the pre-show, A Brief History of Time. So now we're into the multi-dimensional universes that we see in things like the DC universe of Thanos, and that's where you get those ideas from. They're an expansion of the increased dimensions that you couldn't possibly experience, shown in a three-dimensional Cartesian depiction, so that you can conceptualize a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian one, and then expand that up the ranks of dimensionality until you are into string theory and multidimensional theory. Theory in name only. It's not come from any scientific validity or mathematical empiricism. It's just plucked out the arse of Einstein and expanded on from people who wanted the world to exist beyond this pseudo-Riemannian geometry. So it's just mathematics, basically. It doesn't really have any practical application that I've ever been shown. It's just existent to come up with fantasies. It's useful for sci-fi, and that's exactly where it gets cemented. You know, the fantasies of things like Doctor Strange. I use Doctor Strange because he's a specific individual that's breaking through the barrier of third, fourth, fifth, sixth dimensions and into the multi-dimensional theory that is suggested to be our world. Now, we're only experiencing the length, breadth and depth and space-time when we talk about greys and mantis men and ETs and psychopaths and Nordics and cocoons. Those are firmly planted in the length, breadth and depth, with the addition of a pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry that exists within the heliocentric paradigm, where soil is in the sky and little green men and aliens can come from those areas. Now, that's a direct convolution of the necessity to suggest that the directionality that we have actually expanded the known territories out, that's horizontality with azimuth and degrees in the horizontal 4 directions, to suggest that the journey, the navigation that would be used to encounter aliens would be in a vertical orientation, up towards the soil in the sky. That's a complete defiance of every known directionality and acquisition of new territory. Every single acquisition of any new soil ever was done in the horizontal, never in the vertical. Same goes for the molten iron core. The molten iron core is only there to juxtapose a world that's been expanded through horizontality with azimuth and directionality into a vertically orientated pole with magnetic field lines coming out in that orientation. So you can justify the bastardization of the terminology with things like north as being north, a convolution of the elevation angle of the North Star Polaris as it drops towards the horizon, giving you circles of equal elevation. Again, a flat-only concept that's hijacked to suggest that north could be the top of a star when you're not navigating to any stars. You're navigating with them for their ground position, 90 degrees to your position when you measure them with elevation angles with respect to a planar surface. Because the ground position in the horizontal with a azimuth or degree from north, also in the horizontal, is what we've used to find new soil. Never once in the history of discovery has anybody ever used north. That's not north. North's not up. That's north.
What's the story with the book?
I got
I think you went.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you went mute for a moment there.
That's right. You go ahead.
No, and then you were. I thought you were talking and it was mute.
No. Did you have something you wanted to add on? Go ahead.
No, I'm really good.
It's coming along nicely. I got a first draft of the ebook on Saturday, I'm going to say. Maybe it was Sunday morning. And I subsequently went through the book like about 4 times in 24 hours, like checking it and checking it and checking it and checking it. So I've, in not in the last 24 hours, but in a 24-hour period over the weekend, I literally read it through back to back 4 times and then made very minor adjustments here and there. Little things like certain paragraphs had a single indent, like a space before the first word, and that had to be corrected. Obviously, you're always coming across little typos, little full stops missing here and there. Actually, it was just one full stop missing. What else did I make an alteration on? Oh, some of the images needed cropping. So what I did was I changed the colour of the background of the pages in the ebook, and then it highlighted where some of the like artwork has got extra borders and things that aren't quite cropped correctly. It looked really glaring when you changed the background, because when it was white, it just wasn't very noticeable. So I did that. What else did I do? I've capitalised some of the patrons' names because it just looked a mess with people having certain screen names that were lowercase. So there's going to be people out there like Iron26 who gets shout out daily, and his name got capitalised in the shout out lists. So it's now capital I for Iron. The other things, I actually swapped you and John around in the acknowledgement section. So the way it read was to say that I was offering gratitude for Neil and John, who had been there during the entire process of the production of the material. But that didn't make sense because it was putting John second, which made it sound like John had actually been there for the entire time, which he hasn't. So I rephrased that to make it make more sense. Oh yeah, during the editing process, when we were doing it on A4, Paula had put in carriage returns to spread the chapters onto the next page, and carriage returns were sort of throwing off the software that was turning it into an ebook. So we had to get rid of all these carriage returns and turn them into page breaks. Just little things. I'm sure there were something else we did that was not as minor. Can't remember. Oh yeah, there was various different points where text that I'd taken from my notes. So where I'd been writing out stuff in the art class while my daughter was getting taught art history, I'd taken them from iPad notes, sent them to my wife via Skype or whatever we were using, Teams, and then that would be pasted into the Word document. So it would be causing a formatting issue that you couldn't resolve in Word. So what we ended up doing was cutting all the sections page by page into a brand new Word document so that we could see which texts were causing minor issues as we did so, like weird line spacings and things like that, just to make it easier on the conversion program for the ebook. We reformatted it in A5 so that it works with, I can't remember what it's called. There's a particular type of American standard that is very close to the paperback further down the line. I'll say this now, the paperback will not come out straight away. It will only be available on ebook initially.
Okay. So you said you read it through a few times. I know it's your book, but how do you feel about it? How do you like the way it read?
Great. Like I say, the fact that I can pull from it, because I've got it fresh in my mind, I knew this would be the case when it came to the final edits. Not that I've made a book before, but you can imagine the process of going through it. I've been involved in scripts that have been produced from scratch and ended up on a stage. So I know roughly what the process would entail when it came to a book. It's not exactly the same as a script, but it's very similar. So I had a vague idea how this refinement process, like anything, right? If you were making a car, I know I've made car analogies in terms of this as a production house, this space, or the Google Hangouts as a space is like, that's comparable to like a factory if we're talking about producing something, in this case a book, right? You spend about 20%, 30% of the time getting the bulk of the material together, right? And then you have to refine that from, let's call it 80% complete to being the end product. Probably easier to compare with a meal. So you've got to start with a cow to get the filet mignon. So you've got to, breed the cow. But if you're the restaurateur, you've got to take a steak from a butcher, and then just having that in your possession means you're 80% there. Doesn't mean you can't balls it up once you've got a filet mignon. Not everybody knows how to cook. But if you know how to cook, it's then about 80% of the work to take what is the raw ingredients that only took 20% of the effort. You went to the butcher and got it, right? It's another 80% to get it refined to the point where it's of a really high satisfactory standard. Same with a car. Like if you're detailing a car, you can get it 80% of the way there by vacuuming it and getting a sponge and some soap, and then from 3 meters away you're like, done, it's good enough. But then you get another 2 or 3 feet closer and you go, oh, I can see the streaks in the shampoo. I'll have to buff them out with a chamois. And then you get another foot closer and you go, oh, I can see the hairline scratches in the paint, in the top coat. I'll have to polish it out. And then you get another foot closer and you're like, oh, there's a scratch on this fender. When I'm right up close, I can see there's actually a scratch on it. I'll have to get my paintbrush out. Right, and so it goes on, right? As you're detailing something, you end up spending, it's probably worse with the detailing, 95% of the time is spent on the details and only 5% is getting you 85% of the way there. In fact, you can get 85% of there with an automated car wash, right? But getting that last bit takes a lot of work. And, I don't know, it's not necessarily the most enjoyable of the process. But by the same token, each time it goes through the mill, I keep mixing up metaphors. Each time it goes through that refinement process, it goes through the mill an extra time, you see it coming out just that little more refined, that little bit more powdery, no, a bit more shiny and a bit better, by the car detailing metaphor. It just looks a little bit better each time. Not that it would, look bad if there's a missing full stop. It doesn't fundamentally undermine the information. It just looks better if it's polished and it has got the full stop and, it hasn't got a weird spacing in one bit of one random paragraph and things like that. It all takes time, though. Material's
Speaking
excellent. very happy. That's I didn't even answer your question. How's it looking? It's excellent. The book's really good, which is why I keep referencing it. So like today, I think in this episode alone, it's not available yet, but because it's fresh in my mind because I've read it 4 times in the last, I don't want to say the last 24 hours, but over the weekend, I can go, well, that's in the offing chapter. That's in the gravity chapter. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is my mic open?
Go ahead, Christian.
Sorry, I just joined.
No worries. So yeah, it's 99% done. It's just little tiny details and little tiny refinements.
So you're happy with it? That was the question. How does it read? You read it a few times through. I know it's your book, so of course you're going to give it a high grade, but try to put yourself out to just a regular person that would grab it and read it. What do you think?
I reserve judgment. I don't know. Obviously, I think it's good. I wrote it. So I'm going to say it's fantastic. I think it's as good as I can produce. And it's based solely on whatever number show we're on, 2,550 something. You know, it's based on having lots and lots and lots of shows on this subject. And because of which I've got lots of information to be able to tie together a book on the progression of Flat Earth from a perspective of a normie through to the modern day discussion of how it's measured flat and the complex fart-sniffing heliocentric globe Earth paradigm that we were stepping into to fight against in between. So for somebody who's coming to the subject of Flat Earth, it's going to be the case that most of the material is unfamiliar to them, but there'll be certain things that they've heard of, you know, the distance to the geometric horizon or gravity. There you go, the gravity chapter will be vaguely familiar. Now, that's not to say that when I start talking about the extrapolations into 4th and 5th dimensions and multi-dimensions and things of that nature, that's familiar with the average fart-sniffing dweeb, but not with your average Joe. So they'll read it, and I empathise more with our average Joe than I do with the fart-sniffing dweebs. Like I say, there's been quite a substantial amount of information that ended up on the cutting room floor that was complicated and correct, but just not necessary to actually tell the story of coming to a subject where you're preordained to believe in a sphere beneath your feet, to the recognition that the mathematics of having a sphere beneath your feet requires the surface level be measured flat. That's what surface level is. So therefore, making the statement that surface level is measured flat becomes redundant by the time you get to the end of the book, which means it served its purpose for the many that are asking me about it currently, that they want it to fulfill, which is the ability to pass it on to Joe Public or Joanna Public and say, read this book, and at the end of that process you will understand for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat.
Excellent. I need to ask you another question. That lady that sends you the poems, is her name Tamara Seville?
Yes.
Okay, because you shouted out my birthday, she sent me a few bucks, and she's sending me a few copies of her books that she has.
Oh, that's really sweet. She's very generous.
Yeah. So it's really nice. So, and it's funny because she asked me if I wanted ebook or signed copies. Of course, signed copies, please. And I gave her my address. So it turns out that her husband is from Brooklyn, right? She's from where I live in Alabama. That's where she was. Her father went taught school in Auburn University. She's from Opelika, where I'm from. Isn't that weird?
Not really.
What do you mean, not really? Are you kidding me? I'm from Brooklyn. Her husband's from Brooklyn. I live here now where she grew up. That's not a small world to you, buddy. Jeez, Nathan.
Sorry, I mistook my reaction. I mean, oh my God, that's absolutely amazing.
Yes, it is. So I'm getting the books because of my loyalty to you in this whole fiasco. So, and she says, I bring a great perspective to the show, and my humor is impeccable. I like Tamara.
She's very sweet and very generous. Shout out
But
to you,
yeah,
Tamara.
thanks for the shout out. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying thank you to Tamara. I'm too poor to give you any money for your birthday, so instead of giving money to Neil, if I've got money, I'll give him money if I've got it in my bank. But I haven't at the moment. I'm seriously poor. So I thought, well, what can I do? He's got his birthday coming up. He's mentioned it several times. Talked about the comparison where in the UK we would buy the cake if it's our birthday, not so in the States. Fair enough. But that to me is a hint I want a cake. Well, I can't afford to buy you a cake. So I can shout out my very generous audience, who I know will in tow be very generous. And sure enough, that very night I went to the curry, and not only did Craig pay for my curry, he's like, I sent Neil a few bucks. He said, I had a good cash deal go through today, so I'm going to treat you to your, which was fantastic, because I'd taken cash out for the curry, which I didn't have to spend. And then on Sunday, when I was reading the book through over and over again, there were various, we weren't even subtle when we were transferring the entire book into a new Word document. It did take several hours. But my wife was Johnny on the spot and did it all for me. And I was like, here's some cash. It's all I've got. You can have this for doing the work. And she's, oh, thank you very much. But that was as a direct consequence. And even I explained to her, I was like, the reason I've got this cash is because I took it out to go for a curry, and then Craig paid for it, which is as good as a manual super chat, right? I've now got 30 quid in my hand, which I wouldn't have ordinarily had. And the deal with my wife is I'll give her my PayPals. Well, obviously, since we finished the draft. Something else I was going to say. When you're asking, how do you feel about the material? That sort of 80% complete with 20% of the work isn't true for me, because it took years and years and years and years, because it was written, suggested to me not good enough, and then suggested that I needed assistance in making it better. One of the drafts then got stolen. It then had to get rewritten again through 9 drafts total, a further 4 drafts. And then that, I think it was at the 9th draft stage, was the arbitrary date that my wife and I had set to get it finished. And by finished, I mean at the point where you've got a physical car in front of you. Has it had the clear brow put on it? Has it been polished? No. Has it had somebody put a decent stereo in it and put all the sat-nav names in your sat-nav so you've got favourites? No. It's not a fully functional car. Put in the stupid addresses with the zip codes, postcodes here, into the sat-nav. It takes bloody hours, but it means that you've got your favourites at a twist of a button on your sat-nav, right? Those little details take a long time. Having the stereo all ripped out and all the panels taken off so you can have a decent stereo replaced in the car, as was always the case when I was growing up. Cars came with shitty stereos when you got them from the factory. So you had to take it to a shop, and they'd have to strip all the doors down and put all the decent speakers in and stuff like that, right? But the car itself, as in, what is the material? Will it change order? Yes, very much so. It actually made sense to almost tell the story in the reverse order. So that, believe it or not, the last chapter is actually about my first hangout with having one guest watching live. That's the last chapter. So although it's not specifically in reverse order, a lot of it is because it made more sense to explain at the end how the subject of Earth not being a ball is being relinquished with an example of how I started in the subject arena being told how, look at my example with flat Earth measurements that nobody's mentioning, that shows how ball-shaped the world is. There's no curve in the way of my transmitted signal in Italy. That's the story. But to round out and explain that had it been the case that we knew what I know now, speaking to camera, there'd have been no need to talk about connecting up relays at a 20-mile distance, having them fail, and then connecting to a 110 mile away point source to suggest that there's no Earth curve in the way, because the relay distance at 20 miles is a flat Earth prerequisite linear horizontal distance measurement. To know it's 20 miles away is to know that Earth's been measured flat. To know how high you are up the mountain or how high the obstruction is between you and the next relay, when you look on your map and go, oh yeah, the mountain's in the way. How do we know? Well, because we've surveyed the world in a vertical orientation for altitude to know whether stuff's blocking our path. With respect to sea level, a flat Earth prerequisite vertical distance from the surface to the altitude that is blocking your view. For the necessity to point back at 100 plus miles, prerequisite flat Earth surveyed linear distance measurement. To suggest that that flat Earth distance when at a flat Earth altitude, because your flat Earth relays are blocked by an obstruction that's been surveyed on a flat Earth with respect to sea level, demonstrates that when you turn the signal back to the original transceiver, there's no Earth curve in the way. You know, like with all the steps being explained at the end of the book, it reaffirms in the mind's eye of a reader how all of the current rhetoric for a globe Earth has within it flat Earth prerequisites of distance and height. But it's the most simplistic globe debunking, my first flat Earth hangout, that's used as the example at the end of the book to explain that to the audience. Well, that chapter was right at the beginning, initially, before it was reworked to have the measurements of a flat Earth woven in between the chapter. So that chapter started off being me explaining how I got into flat Earth YouTubing with a story, anecdote, about a particular individual who watched my first show, was the only viewer, subsequently became a guest, and had a story. And in a very flat, deadpan way, I told her story in my words in a chapter in the book. But then once you've reached the point where you go, I need to interweave for a reader how flat Earth has been measured in summary, that was the chapter to do it with. So it ended up taken from chapter 3 to chapter 24. It got put right at the end to summarise the entire overarching point of the book, that Earth is measured flat. But I knew that at Easter. That was the date I'd set. Let's get the car built. So I've got all of the fundamentals. It's got wheels. It can roll down the road. It can run under its own power. I wanted that done by Easter. And that's what I achieved, knowing full well that, you know, as much as it might seem like you can just snap your fingers and then it goes out and there you go, it's a really good book. You're like, no, ask anybody who's actually produced a book and they'll tell you, like I've told you, getting it to the point where it's been refined to the point that you're happy to put it out as a product that's a serious product, because I want it to sell. You know, this is, as much as I can wax lyrical about how fantastic the material is inside it, it's only fantastic because I want it to be a product that can sell. And the market that it's selling into is people who come across the subject of flat Earth from a flat Earth perspective that want to hear about it in the positive. Now, pretty quickly within 5-10 pages of reading it, you'll recognise that the whole process is futile. There is no debate. Earth's measured flat. You probably get it within the first 2 pages. So from that perspective, it's going to shock a lot of people. But there's plenty of stories about wanking and porn bombing and other anecdotal information that people are at a much more lowbrow level will just enjoy reading the story of flat Earth debate, along with taking on board information about how Earth is obviously observably and measurably flat. All right, fun has been had by all.
Well, yeah, so your shout out was excellent, Nathan. I forgot when the last time I got $200 for my birthday and books coming to me. So thank you very much, Len, Liam. Click OK. I'm leaving people out, but you know who you are. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm getting thanked. I didn't give him a dime. I'm getting thanks for nothing. I didn't give you any money.
Well, I'm thanking the people too, but you put the shout out. It's the same thing with the housekeeping. Is it a housekeeping question? No, it's not a housekeeping question until you ask it as a housekeeping question, right? When Nathan says, hey, it's Neil's birthday, send them some money, people respond. So thank you, and thank the people, of course.
I'm glad you had a nice birthday.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I just read through my book over and over and over and over and over again. Which is nice as well, I did enjoy reading it, I won't lie. The first time I read it, I didn't actually have the draft sent back to me. So I said on Friday I'm expecting to get the ebook sent to me. And I got it on Sunday morning. And Saturday night, I read the draft that I had in my possession anyway. So I'm like, I'll just read what I've got already while I'm waiting for it to come back, knowing that I'd have to read it again. But I just thought, well, I've got it. Might as well read it. So I was outside, and because I kind of got lost in reading it. I know that sounds silly. It's my own book, right? But I did. I just lost track of time reading it. And then it got to I think it was about 10 or 11 o'clock, and I was just pacing up and down outside. And my wife came down. She was, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just reading my book." I was just outside with the iPad. She's like, "All right." She's like, "You do realise it's quite late?" I was like, "Oh yeah." I kind of lost track of time because I was just outside reading it, and I was into it. I was very much enjoying reading my own book. So there you go, Neil. That's kind of what you're fishing for. But before there was any obligation to do it, that is to say, there wasn't a time deadline. Of the four times I read it, the first time was just for the pure pleasure of it.
Well, that's good news. So you got all of this. So it's not that you're just a guy who starts a hangout that millions of other people do. Oh, okay. I got that. Housekeeping questions. Oh, those are Anthony Riley's. What's wrong with you, Nathan?
It's about doing. So, again, you can suggest that just going out with a van delivering people's groceries isn't you being part of a big machine that provides people with groceries. You can say all you do is drive the van. That's no big deal. You're like, well, if nobody drives the van, then the people who are ordering the food don't get the food, right? Now, that's not to say that there aren't other vans out on the road delivering other things, but if somebody specifically asks you to pick up something and you don't, they don't get it. Now, likewise, in terms of what I do, what is Flat Earth Debate? Well, it's this show that I run on a daily basis, and it's a job, right? It's a job that I had to transition into from delivering groceries. So at one point, when I was a pawnbroker, I was making videos and had done in the job prior for an electronics manufacturer for the pleasure of it. That is to say, when I was an electronics manufacturer, I'd go to a show and I'd just whip out my camera phone and start filming and putting stuff on YouTube because there was exciting new products in front of me. And I just liked making videos. I'd been trained in media. I knew how to do it. I knew how to block and create good angles, and I knew what lighting involved, and I just put it into practical application and started filming stuff. Now, you could just turn around and go, what, so it's just you with a phone? Doesn't mean you made the amplifier. Like, no, but you wouldn't be watching on YouTube unless I'd had the intonation to actually press record after saying to everybody, can you get out for 5 minutes? Because I don't want you and your can of Coke in my shot. I want just the equipment. And then you'd figure it out while everyone was vacating the room. I'll start here, point at that, turn my back, and then point over there, sweep underneath to this last product, and then end the video. And it'll look great. And that's what I did. Well, then you move into a different job where you're selling stuff, hence me being able to do the microphone videos, right? It's just videography, but as a pawnbroker, you end up with all sorts of crazy stuff that you'd need to sell and put on eBay. And what I would do is go into eBay and put a video on the listing, so that it would more likely sell when someone saw it being physically demonstrated in the video. Well, from there, I'm like, I want to do this full time. This is what I've trained to do. This is what I trained to do in college, performing arts and media. So I'm like, this is what I have trained to do, and that's why I'm finding myself doing it. So I want to do that full time. So in order to do this now, like I am, I had to transition from managing some high street store to delivering in a part-time capacity, so I could slowly ramp up the amount of time I dedicated to doing this. And then at some point, I had to have the conversation with my wife and go, this is very high risk, right? We are going to essentially bank that we can continue to keep the roof over our head with this. Pressing go daily on a show that invites people to discuss the nature of the earth. And what that involves is me actually doing it. Not getting up and going, oh, you know what, I've had a really heavy night and I've got no boss, So today, no show today. And then that turns into, well, I'll do the show on Thursday. And then half the week's gone and you've not produced any material. It relies on saying, I will set a schedule and do a daily show. The main reason for doing a daily show is for the e-begging capability, right? So on each show, you've got the facility to actually go and click a super chat, right? So based on the fact that this was the tipping point, the fact that in the live stream, you can donate to me right now. And I can say to camera, please give me money. Because that's what keeps the lights on, right? As much as I sugarcoat it sometimes, and generally it gets confined to the introduction, right? PayPal and crypto and Ko-Fi and all that stuff that gets shouted out in the introduction daily. That's the main reason for doing it. Ad revenue's never keeping me in mortgage payments. So when somebody sees it from a position that it's a thing, like a legacy, you're like, well, why does the legacy exist? Well, out of necessity. In other words, the only reason I'm pressing play each day is to keep the mortgage paid. Now, in order to do that, I need to be enthused about the subject matter, but I need to be enthused personally about it for it to be successful as a YouTube channel, for the person watching to be enthralled with me tearing a strip off a ball believer, reiterating for the thousandth time the debate points that have already been overcome, putting a baller discussion into a shorts video based on him being asked one of the questions that we ask at the opening of previous shows. That's doing the do. Now, you can just say, well, all you do is run a hangout. Yeah, all I've done is run 2,500 hangouts for the last 10 years. Now, demeaning it doesn't change that it's just the simple fact of getting up and doing it that has left me in a position where I can concisely summarise how flat Earth is measured and how the journey of arguing for and against sphericity led to the conclusion that there was never a debate to have, and concisely being able to explain to a normie how it's necessary to have fart-sniffing dweebs with Batman logos on their T-shirts arguing about their so-called valuable information with other low-value, pot-smoking, silicon tree-hugging hippies who have discovered that the world isn't as they've been presented in their heliocentric worldview, that they were taught in a class that they were suggested to be science, but was actually religious education. Now, that's a pretty concise summary, only capable because I've done this for 2,500 shows. There's always going to be people out there that want to take a legacy of a person that has only built a legacy because they've had a necessity to pay their mortgage. And that necessity leads me to be here, say, please smash the super chat, so that people like whoever it is that's just smashed the super chat, smashes the super chat. Thank you. Is it Chain Wax? Respect the grind. I've received foundational knowledge and entertainment here. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. I'm going to give you a little thumbs up and a heart. Thank you very much. So yeah, there we go. Anything else? Any more for any more? We're going to round out. I'll even put my lights on to do it, even though I'm pouring with sweat. Nope. With that, I will say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Jolly good, jolly good.
I'm just saying, what's north to fisherman? He's keep popped in the chat. What's north, fisherman?
Jolly good. Good stuff. Did any of you see the video I made today that I actually released?
I haven't, no.
It might be a bit difficult.
What
I
was
know
it about?
it's just speech. You don't have to go into Discord to hear it, but it is visually based, so hopefully you can see it in the Hangout. Can you? As you zoom out from the settings, so it starts looking at. As you zoom out from the settings, so it starts looking at. Oh wow, that's annoying. It's got the whirly whirls. No, well, as it's a visual specifically video, I can't really do much until it's finished whirly whirly.
Buffering now.
Well, I'll wait till tomorrow. You zoom out from the settings. So it starts looking at a table with a load of food on it, and then you zoom out, see people around it, one of which is holding a globe, eating these feast of nonsense delights. You zoom out a bit further, and they're actually on the moon with a moon buggy behind them and Earthrise beyond the horizon of the moon. Then you zoom out a bit further, and that's actually a film set with a director and a sound guy and loads of lighting. And then you zoom out a bit further, and that film set is on a stage. So even the men that are pretending to be directors and sound guys are actually part of a stage production that an entire audience is watching. And when you zoom out a bit further, that audience watching a movie being made about men on the moon eating a feast of nonsense is actually on a TV being watched by a child. And that child is actually in the memory of me in the present time, being watched by God. As you zoom out a bit further, you see a man holding an iPad looking at me being viewed by God, having a memory about a stage show, about a film being made about men eating at the feast of nonsense with the moon in the background. You like that?
That's pretty freaking good. I didn't know it went in that deep. Nice.
It took me a week to make that. It's a 60-second clip.
That pretty much sums it up, though, really. Yep.
Do you like the bit at the end where I'm holding the iPad that's talking about it?
Yeah, and you got God in the background looking down. Very good.
Yeah, it's called Nonsense Waffle, Making the Feast of Nonsense.
Now, the book, you had to change the cover. You mean the way it was, the size of it? Because it looked the same to me.
It's not. It was the DPI and the resolution that still isn't quite correct. It's good enough for the ebook.
So the font and everything's the same.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll show you.
And somebody was asking in chat if you're going to have an audio book down the road.
Yes. So I've got somebody who wants to do it that I've got on the hook that offered to do it about 2 years ago. Yes.
Start calling them in. Start calling in the favors now.
Well, I need to get in touch with the people. I still haven't had any email addresses for people who can do translations. So that's what I need next. You know, I need people who've offered their services to do translations to get in touch with me. Because I can't afford to pay people to do it, so if they don't get in touch, it just won't happen. Okay, that's the end cover of the ebook. See that?
Very good.
Beautiful.
Measured flat, all roads lead to a flat earth. This cow is small. The ones over there are far away.
But small, too.
Yeah. So the first image is a cartoon in the book. It's about chapter 6, something like that. I forget where. But it has a story about gobbling dogs is the character name. And the begging the question, proof of nothing perspective, hijacking Earth curve calculator. So it's explaining, number one, that it's not our responsibility, or I am explaining in the book how it is not our responsibility to explain what the horizon is, simply because there's a positive assertion that it is the physical geometric sphere edge horizon based on flat Earth measurements. That last bit, if it wasn't for being stolen from, the book wouldn't have had, based on flat Earth measurements being intertwined between every chapter, having to sort of start from fresh, having been stolen from. You end up saying, well, I can make this chapter about how whatever I want. I can incorporate in the current rhetoric of measuring Earth flat when describing distances to geometric horizons and so on and so forth. So that's what I did.
No, you mean you were stolen from? The hammer, Thor's hammer didn't drop on you, and you weren't told?
What do you mean?
That's what he said. He dropped Thor's hammer on you. He didn't get fired. He dropped Thor's hammer on you and told you you weren't getting his material.
Is that right?
Yeah, we even continue with this with the you showing the cowbell over Betty's spin on it, and that you're just creepy. He's delusional.
You're tired. Like moron. You gave the first 5 pages for free. It opens up with Betty. That's what we're talking about, Bucktooth Billy. I know you're listening. Quantum disgracer. You're a freaking thief and you always will be one. Be prepared to do this the rest of your life.
Yeah, to even continue with it, it's Betty's gloss, but then it's Nathan's gloss, but then it's both glosses of two books. That's just one book, but wait, it's 2 books. It's just an absolute gaggle screw if you can actually rub two brain cells together.
Well, he's playing on people's stupidity. He's grabbing John. Look, John said there's 2 books. There was always 2 books there. Yeah, the one that was being edited from the one that you were drawing from. But they were Nathan's book. Stop being a retard. Stop trying to make out people to be retards. You're just a prideful prick. Couldn't see Nathan come out with a book.
Yeah, that's the hilarious part. I love it how the Joe Normies and the third party folks and folks that have just based on their participation throughout the months here, and then they come back like, wait a minute, you're full of crap, John Stinges camp, because it's all there, like this recorded. Yeah.
Oh, what have you come up with, Nathan? What arguments have you come up with? What have you done besides start a show that millions of people do daily?
He's funny. Everything he ever got was from other people. You name it. Nathan setting up his show, Ballbusters, his precious little citations, you name it. That was all from others. Yeah, he's delusional and hypocritical. Here's the mirror. Yeah, you want to talk about others being an author or who's an author? Yeah. You're not Christy Bodak, just for an example. Want to
I'm an
pretend like
author.
you want to pretend like you're a teacher when you keep going through the wrangle dangle of with like reviewing DJ or others or us or whoever the flip else, towards what a mirage is and where it should be, but yet you make believe you're some fictional robot from the future to destroy a fictional object, to destroy or expose one pretender clown fraud at a time. You're delusional. You are the pretender clown fraud.
What are some of the housekeeping questions? I forgot them. Give me one. Just give me one off the top.
Any evidence that you can obtain an elevation angle from a curved surface?
Now, who came up with that?
I don't know. Sounds like something I've said several hundred times, though.
There we go again. Someone came up with that. And what do you actually do with that? Debunking a sphere? Oh, well done. Give me another one, Christian.
any evidence that you can have gas pressure without containment?
Who came up with that?
No, I remember being told that a guy called John Stunyer was deeply embarrassed when he was given that information in a forum by some third party, and John Stunyer explained how embarrassed he was that he hadn't recognised this fact that he was given by a third party. So, an unnamed, uncredited third party. Interesting, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Nobody's decrying that he took it and brought it to us. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's ever saying that. I never said that, Nathan. I don't think Nathan ever said that he came up with any housekeeping questions.
What you're describing is what the behaviour of people like Math Powerland. I was here first. I'm the most important flat. You all need to remember me. It's like people remember the people who are in front of them spreading the message. Now, if you say, I came up with the message, that's fascinating. Did you go out on the street corners and profess it to the people who walked by? Did you put it into the newspaper so people could read about it? Did you go live on TV so that people could hear you say it? You didn't. I see. So for all the people who did go out and publish and scream these words from the hilltops, you want credit because you suggest that you are the arbiter of them. That's sad. I bought the football to the game. Oh, right, so that means you're the goalkeeper and the defence and the forwards for both teams? Is that what you mean? Because you bought the football? No. No, without the team, there is no game. Without the person getting up and actually broadcasting, there is no debate. It's just stolen valour. All I wanted was to keep the mortgage paid by producing videos. And then at the end of the process, if you want to call this point in time the end, you've got several thousand videos on a specific specialised subject. Just for people to turn around and go, what did you do? I produced 2,500 videos on the subject. that's what makes me an absolute expert. Well, you got the ideas from others. Yeah, that's how generally it works. You know, very little is new under the sun. So,
No,
let's put it this way, right? Before today, greys as aliens existed. But if somebody goes out now and spends 10 years promoting the idea that little grey men came from the sky vacuum, then that would be that person's position that they promoted for 10 years, so that in 2036, the entire world were under the misapprehension that little grey aliens come from the sky. So everybody believes that little grey aliens come from the sky, and there's this one dude who's been out constantly talking about greys. And then someone comes along and goes, actually, I came up with that idea. And you go, all right. And did you go out there and promote it? Did you turn it into a living? Did you pay your mortgage with the information? You didn't. Well, I did. Where my failings came was what I perceived to be valuable in the financial return that I got, that I required, like I needed the money, and therefore that motivated me in a subject that's interesting to keep doing the work day after day after day. But that isn't necessarily what motivates others who see what I have done as being a legacy. You're like, what, you're going to demean me producing shows day after day after day after day, keeping my pedal constantly on the carpet in the car, metaphorically, keeping my pedal to the metal non-stop? Now, people will demean that because they want that which you have built, the legacy. Now, for me, it's like, well, number one, that speaks for itself. I don't have to justify my own legacy. You can demean it all you like and say all you did was start Hangouts. Yeah, that's all I did. And host shows and made sure there was no dead air, made sure people didn't have the capability of causing massive amounts of feedback, kept control of several different groups, created internal groups for dialogue, kept conversations going, made thumbnails, There's a whole process of stuff that you have to do to be a YouTuber. Very easy to demean it and say, oh, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, well, okay, it doesn't mean anything. Why would you want to steal it and pretend you're me?
Here's what bothered me. I didn't care about anything else. But to turn around and say, when you first brought the book for people to give their opinion on, and then the request was we could make it so much better, that he came along kicking and screaming. Are you freaking kidding me? He would be popping in, looking for Adam, looking for you, right? Very enthusiastic to freaking help. Kicking and screaming? I don't think so, QE.
Well,
You
yeah, they
just
were.
didn't come clean. You should have came clean right away and said, I got no problem helping you get a better book, but you got to put me down as the author. That was never, ever said.
Yeah, they were going to make it 10 times better. Don't you remember?
There's no memory needed. It was recorded. It's like documented in history. I already covered this in the pre-show.
Yeah, oh dear.
It's not
Yeah,
necessary
the
for me to
recordings.
retrospectively go out and prove anything. Like, history's been recorded. It is documented as it was. So when you get stolen from, you don't have to suddenly go around justifying it to everybody when you steal and then get stolen from. When you steal and then get fired for doing so. Now you will have to justify that all day long, every day, to anybody who checks you out and looks for references. Like I explained in the pre-show, people who are concerned and have due diligence will check and say, is this person just trustworthy? And they go, I want to know so I don't get fucked over by them. And like when it was me dealing with temporary staff, it'd be like, no, this person's not trustworthy. No, they would not be re-employed. And that's really all it boils down to. Now, obviously, after the fact, once you've been dismissed, you can turn around and say, I was kicking and screaming to do the work. Oh, okay. But you were there, right? Working under me, under duress. Yes, I wielded so much control that even a man who was utterly despising doing the tasks still did them in my hangout under my tutelage. That's the power I wield. I love these stories. They make me sound like a massive figurehead of a huge business where people who, even in their frustration, don't want to do the tasks that are set for them, still do them. Now, obviously, it doesn't alter that those people might resent having done the work and then decide that because they've resented doing it for someone else that they're going to steal it, but that'll get them fired. I mean, that's how the world works. Even if you're kicking and screaming doing your work on the production line, you don't get to take one of the cars home because you've decided you worked really hard on it. That's not how it works.
But that's not true. He wasn't kicking and screaming. So are you?
Yeah, I don't mind leaning into these gaslit stories. I don't know what the means for the story is or care. All right, so you were under duress whilst under my authority. You did it anyway, though, didn't you, little bitch? Kicking and screaming. You still did it, though, didn't you? Good girl.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, and they helped edit a book, and that's what everybody was doing. You see, I was
You
there
forgot
for all
the
of them.
and. You know, you forgot the and. That
Yeah,
makes them co-authors.
and thanks to the editing process and John Stunya, Quantum Eraser, Quantum Disgracer now, Bucktooth Billy, General Jerkoff. There's a lot of names for him, right? Yeah, well, I'm going to remind. Nathan doesn't have to because everything speaks for itself, but I'll be there to remind the people that are still getting swept up in the bullshit that's all it is, a stolen valor. You offered to help, then you reneged. End the story. You thought Nathan was just going to hand over the freaking authorship to you the way he gave the show to you when you demanded freaking super chats because you were doing presentations. He gave you the whole show. See, that's what friends do. Friends give without wanting anything in return. So maybe he made a mistake and has you as a friend when you weren't. But that's the only thing I could fault him for, is he thought you were his friend.
There are no worries. God's providence, and we move forward. And yeah, at a point, we have discernment and we watch out for these fools, and we're protected and we move forward. And ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
Yeah, so now you pulled it into the break. That's good. Now you've shown yourself to be a retard. So stay in the camp over there with the gullible housewives and the egotistical pricks that can't afford to be redundant when you say Earth is just measured flat. So well done into the break. And they were giving Sasha a hard time. That I didn't like. He had to come in there and he responded to them in his native language, I'm assuming. Hey, Sasha, you don't have to you didn't bow down to anybody. You made a moral decision, okay? You decided when you realized that Nathan was stolen from that I'm not going to go around there anymore. And that's honorable. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Don't let pricks at that hangout make you feel any other way.
People can do
Yeah,
whatever they
you
want. I
went
don't care.
through.
People can do
You
whatever
went
they
through
want. Go
the
ahead, sorry.
evidence, and that's the result. It's the
That's-
beauty of this all being recorded.
Sasha's under no obligation to do anything.
No, but he did. And they were giving him a hard time for it. They were mocking him in the freaking chat. So I guess he jumped in to defend it. I guess he wanted to do it in his native tongue. Right? So whatever. But he don't have to be embarrassed about nothing. He didn't freaking bow down to the almighty Nathan and suck up to him. No, I held him to task on that. He didn't bow down to nobody. He just had to open his eyes up to morality. Like, you guys are blinded. What was done was done. It's recorded. We have people saying they want to help. We have Adam saying it was an honor and a privilege for us to help. Right? Now, all of a sudden, that's not the way it was. Okay? Now, all of a sudden, it's listen to my voice. Listen to how I'm trying to get him to realize, hey, we're your friends. Look at what we're doing for you. The frick out of here. And whoever that East is West guy, I think I know who it is. He likes freaking starting fires.
I do, especially in the middle of last week when I was in the YouTube chat of 24/7, and I laid it out measurements, and then he wants to jump on the VC starting crap between 24/7 and us. Man, get out of here. And the same old crap when he goes over to Stinges to start crap between everybody. Notice the pattern here? He's just a crap starter.
Man, I know who he is. Hello? Hello? How you go?
God, Nathan.
Nathan? Can
Lord
you hear
bless
me?
you.
Hello?
Nathan? Neil? Yeah, these folks sharing their cognitive pain because their butt hurt because the Earth's measured flat. Wow.
And then he uses that guy Gagoshi that came in and said, well, how'd they get a copy of your book? Nathan says, I gave it to him. You see? Gave. How can I have stolen anything when he said I gave it to him? Yeah. Gave it to you to proofread, give your opinion on it, and you are the ones that said you can make it better. You should help out, right? That's the real history of it. Oh, you were cutting and pasting stuff from your freaking website to Nathan's book. I wonder why.
Say la vie.
Yeah, that's true. They've been fired. They're just yelling from the pub right now. Unfortunately, there's people that are in the pub that are a little bit drunk, and yeah, you're right. It was all you, QE. That son of a bitch, Nathan. Yeah, you'll pull a few drunkards in with you at the pub, that's for sure. And silly little housewives that don't know any better.
Yeah, it's more about the process, isn't it? I said this the other week. This is it. What we are doing now, admittedly gossiping about people who've been fired, is part of the fun of doing what we do. So as long as you can enjoy the moment for what it is, then life is good. You know, you don't know what's around the corner. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. Now, in terms of the book, I hope it serves the purpose, the main purpose that most people have told me they want it to serve. Most people have said that they want it to facilitate loved ones and friends learning about Flat Earth in a very quick and concise way. That's what people have told me they want it to be. And I've definitely hit that mark. That is to say, the only other opinion I've had so far is my wife, who's helped edit it, but her opinion of it was pretty concise when she gave me the answer to the question you're asking me now about what it's like. Regardless of whether or not she understood the complexities of gravity or Coriolis deflection, she understood for sure and without a doubt that Earth's measured flat after reading it.
Yep,
But
that's
then
the
you-
bottom line.
But then you've got retards like Flatsy Klein who think your book isn't about the subject of Flat Earth because she's obviously been looking in Brian's potato crystal ball and is divining the future. I've had a bit of fun with comments and that, and I think a few have cut a bit close to the bone, so they've deleted a lot. But yeah, they've got all them out trying to defend, and they just look like losers. Sad, pathetic losers. Sorry to bring it back to that.
No, it's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, my desire is to satisfy the people who've supported me. And based on what I've been told that they want me to produce, I think people will get what they want. And simultaneously, that might actually help me financially. That is to say, if people like the material, they will recommend it to others. And therefore, that will help me financially.
So wait, they're deleting the comments? That's interesting, huh? Just leave them there. What are you deleting them for? I mean, I delete ballers all the time when they come in and certain people, but I'm not deleting anything pertaining to this. I'm just handing you your ass every time you come with stupid nonsense that, oh yeah, it is QE's book. I've been around for a while. I never heard him once, not the slightest inkling of him ever writing a book, or Adam for that matter, till after they started editing Nathan's book. Then they became these freaking authors all of a sudden, you know, as Adam wanders through the corridors of apathy.
One of my comments that got removed was kind of praising McToon in the sense of making him look like a tit. Because I said, I thought you were meant to be intelligent. McToon really made you look like a tit with your lack of understanding of copyright issues. And that must have been a bit close to the bone for him.
No, the United States government seems to agree with me. Look, it's copyright right here. See, this is my book. Welcome to Flat Earth. See the author?
I was on about all of his QE's copyright strikes and claims against McToon for using his picture in reviewing the book and this, that, and t'other.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. I'm just throwing mine out there because it's hilarious. You can hold up a book and say, look at the author, John Stunya and the Adam Meekin. So I am an author. Oh my goodness. General Jerk Off in full effect. I don't know what to call them. There's so many good ones. General Jerk Off, Bucktooth Billy. What was the other one? You had a good one. What did you call him, Len?
I've been calling him Quentin Erasure a bit.
And then there's Quantum Disgracer and Q Evil, and then I, in the beginning, would refer to him as Quantum Loofah because all he does is lather, rinse, and repeat.
Where would Flat Earth be if he did not show up? That should tell you everything, folks.
Oh, you mean the actual timeline and occurring events of everything in reality? How FED was before him and the Foundation Mark before he ever came on.
No, I was with Robert Pisano.
Yeah.
I was with Robert Pisano.
Oh dear.
I was debating Evotards online.
Oh, I see.
I met Adam before.
So that was the demonstration of how you're the secret anti-glob Terminator and came from the future to come back and destroy all the Pretendicon frauds, right? One at a time, right?
Oh, the other thing too was.
Yeah, give me a break.
The other thing too was I didn't realize. See, I'm so stupid. The phone call that they tried to pull on me and Flatsy, that was the litmus test. I failed the litmus test. So that phone call was to go through and see who the real authors were and see who wrote the book. So I failed the litmus test by basically telling them to go F themselves. I didn't say it like that. I don't want to go through what I said, but I said my piece. Told them they're drawing a line, they're wrong. And that's it. And I want to have nothing to do with any of them. And I haven't. Adam had sent the message. Are you going to continue to chat, Skank, or are we going to talk? No, we're not going to talk, you prick. You're a thief. Why would I want to talk to you? You said something and you did something else, and you were persuaded by General Jerkoff. I got nothing to say to you, and I will continue to chat, Skank, because that's how you ought to be treated, as a skank. You don't have the privilege of hearing my voice or even being in my company anymore. Nathan's right. You just got severed. You just got fired. You no longer hang out with us anymore. That's your punishment. And think it's not a punishment. Oh, really? You don't like being excluded from groups. Was this the third one you got kicked out of? I think you learned from the first one.
I used
Yeah,
to
you
quite
could-
enjoy those bits that Pisano done. It's a shame QE fucked him over.
Yeah, that's another thing. He screwed that guy over, too. Couldn't keep his big mouth shut. And what were they doing? They were debunking Sophia. Wow. There's a flat earth proof there for you. That's as good as seeing a plane flying upside down. Very good. Your number one proof, huh? Show me this. That was his number one proof. Where they could show him a plane flying upside down on a globe. Flat Earth King. Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, you can actually review this part.
Did you watch the whole thing? I only caught a couple of bits.
I ended up watching the whole thing, and he tripped himself up all over the place. Like, to start off with, he said he only read one chapter. Then a couple of minutes later, he said he read a couple of chapters.
Yeah.
Then later on, he was saying the whole book was garbage, but how would he know or be able to research that the whole book was garbage if he hadn't read it? And he also tripped himself up with replacing Nathan's prelude with Betty's. He just tripped himself up all over the place.
The book was about flat Earth debate. It was about the housekeeping questions and about flat Earth debate. Go ahead. Somebody want to say something in Discord? Go ahead.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Is it okay if I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember how a couple of months ago, well, you probably don't, but I mentioned how we need to change our strategy in order to reach a wider audience because the Gen Z alt-right has really gained momentum over the last couple of years through the use of short format videos. And I feel like Flat Earth is kind of lagging behind. There's a lot of opportunity there. And so I just wanted to point out that I just started a new account and I'm going to try and reach the youth to kind of blow up Flat Earth even more than it has already. So that's all I wanted to say. Hopefully I can get a big account and I'll be able to shill Nathan Oakley because he's the only one who truly understands Flat Earth. A lot of people kind of just post trash and the same kind of stuff. And I'll be doing that too because I need to reach a big audience. But once in a while, I'll drop a nice little promotion to Nathan Oakley and his talking points in there to make sure they stay on the right path.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of you.
Yeah, I just started to upload. I just uploaded my first video like an hour ago. It's on Instagram. My handle is @FlatEarthPeter with underscores in between the words. So I'll be on my way, but I just wanted to let you know. Maybe I'll join in the future and let you guys know how it's going. And I will definitely in the near future make like a promotional video for Nathan Oakley's channel. Maybe Eric DeBay as well, but I'll keep you guys posted on that. For now, wish me luck. If you want to support me, just go to Instagram and type in Flat Earth Peter with underscores in between, and you should be able to find it and support me.
Good stuff.
Thanks. Like I said, you guys aren't going to love the videos because it's a lot of like ice wall stuff and you know the whole drill, but it's the only way to reach the youth. Otherwise, the videos will get no engagement. But I'll be able to teach them about angle measurements and such.
There you go.
All right, thanks. Well, you guys have a good session. I'll be out of here, and I wish you guys a good day.
Take it easy, fella.
Have a great one.
Thanks.
Stick
All right,
to the
goodbye.
green flat, bro. Measured flat.
The sine qua non, the elevation angle.
Yes, it's the indispensable truth. It's axiomatic reality. Yeah.
Without which you cannot proceed any further to make your globe. It's the sine qua non. I like that. Latin.
Yeah. I see you posting that in the chat, bro. Yeah, it's the absolute antecedent of the Earth being the horizontal plane in which you dwell atop in order to give you any measurement ever of the Earth being measured flat. Earth's flat. Yeah, you just stick to that, guys.
I just realised we didn't do any more feast of nonsense today.
Oh, we kind of did. Like, I'm not doing a new thumbnail, okay? It's Feast of Nonsense Part 6. We will do some more tomorrow, though. What I did do was trim out 3 or 4 from yesterday and turn them into short form videos, as the guy's speaking specifically about doing that. I agree with him. What people want is shorts. Right, we're appealing to the ADHD generation, and they have a very short attention span. So 2-minute videos explaining how you can't have gas pressure without a container, or a 2-minute video where you're explaining how flight is horizontal perpendicular to sea level for altitude measured with horizontal distance. Yes, today's videos were more feast of nonsense than most of them, because they were about things like suggestions that the the Challenger crew are still alive. That's proper feast of nonsense there, isn't it?
Yes, in the same format that you gave with the OMI TV videos, with the Earth measured flat. For anything that ever comes up, the Earth measured flat, the Earth flat.
You notice how
Yes, Neil.
Victory Royale! Sweet. Go ahead, Neil.
I just started talking, then his icon dropped out of G+.
Good
here
timing to win a game of Fortnite then, I guess.
you notice how it's always the ones that that contested the flat Earth measurement, right? Was sticking to the old school rhetoric. They're the ones lining up with the other side. Kind of weird, isn't it?
No, I mean, it might seem weird, but there aren't any sides. The whole process has been made redundant. Surplus to requirements. The only people who are going to try and hang on to the old school way of debunking sphericity are going to be the people who don't know for sure Earth is measured flat. Or people who want to be the guru.
Right, and those are the ones I'm talking about that are lining up on the QE side. Into the break, these are all guys that were contesting. And we have to stay old school. We can't throw it out. Everything was good.
I hope not only does the book keep me in a place to live and the mortgage and electricity bill paid, right? Those are the main things. But my desire would be that it actually does bring the subject to a new audience. That is to say, it is approachable enough that when it's recommended by you guys, the people around me now, right? The first wave of people who get the book are the people who need to be telling the next man, this is the book to convert you. This is the book for you to appreciate how flat Earth is. This is the book for you to understand the subject. And the desire would be that that second wave of people who are introduced to the book by the people who are in the know because they're close to me, and therefore receive it, read it, like it, and recommend it, that next wave of people are the normies that will pass it on to the wider audience at large. If you're only one step removed from us, then you're halfway there to being not a normie. You know what I mean? So it needs to go through an extra set of hands before it reaches that wider audience. Now, I can work hard, and I will, I promise, to get it out and get it in front of as many people as I possibly can once it's published. And for the most part, they'll be normies, or the desire will be that I get in front of a normie audience. Now, I might be completely unsuccessful, but it isn't just dependent on me going out and publicising the book. It's more about if it's well received. So it's a very exciting time, because in the next few days, I'm going to find out almost immediately, within a day or two of it being published, people will tell me, no, this is way too complicated for me to pass to Auntie Susan, so I won't. Or, this is awesome. It's just complicated enough for people to unpack complex stuff that they'd formally turn their back on and comprehend it for the simplistic explanation that it's been given, and recognise how redundant it is based on flat earth measurements. Therefore, I've recommended this book to everyone. Now, like I say, past the, my God, I hope this pays my mortgage, YouTube's really declined in terms of how much they pay us, and that is hurting me. It is bad. So I do need more financial, that was the case when it was originally envisaged, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, however long ago, that the whole purpose of making a book was put on the table, right? That still absolutely stands. So that is my first and foremost. But the only way you can achieve that is to say the only way it would sell, is if it was genuinely of a good enough standard. And the standard that I'm being told is, will it make next man appreciate how flat Earth is? That's basically all I'm being told. That was the standard that people wanted me to achieve. Like, will it be good enough to pass on to next man, not so that they can argue for 3 hours with a ball believer, but understand how flat Earth is and get on with their day, having enjoyed reading the material. That is to say, like me when I was wandering around, admittedly the first of 4 times, I was a lot less enthused by the 4th time I was reading it, because I was up against the deadline, but certainly on the Saturday night when I was reading it outside, wandering around with my iPod in the nice cool air, I hope that people can experience that like I've experienced it. Now, in the same way, I watch my own shows when they're good. So for the last week or two, I've watched every single Flat Earth Debate live show back, and then watched the Uncut and After show, which is in some instances the same material, but because they've been really good shows, so I've enjoyed watching them. Well, likewise, when I've read back through the book, I've not only enjoyed consuming the material, I can envisage in the future someone else reading it and going, I think Tony would definitely like reading this book when I recommend it to him, and recommending it to them. Because partially, there's enough flat earth material out there for me to know that a lot of it will not be recommended because it isn't appealing as a gift for someone else. That is to say, you don't want to give somebody something that will reflect badly on you. Therefore, if the material's incoherent, badly written, unprofessional, that just looks bad on the person that's recommended it, doesn't it? So it has to be polished up and consumable so that it can be recommended. But like I say, in the next however long, let's say week or maybe 10 days most, I'm going to start getting feedback from people who start reading it and going, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. So I could recommend it to another person. And then they'll tell me, I gave this to my sister and she read it, and at the end she's like, yeah, Earth's measured flat, but I'm pretty sure that there's smart people out there that know how it's a ball that can overcome everything in this book. Or something to that effect. That is to say that they understand how flat Earth is measured at the end, and their cognitive dissonance kicks in, and all they can do is suggest that somebody smarter than they can overcome a mile measurement or something ludicrous. You know what I mean?
I reflected. What's enough?
Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Hey.
Everything okay?
Yeah. I was able to figure something out. How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
You had us nervous, and
So, yeah.
I sent you 100 messages, and you weren't responding. You had us worried.
Probably been cut off. Did you lose all your power?
Yeah.
That's probably why.
I had to Yeah, it wasn't the best couple of days.
Lord bless you all right now.
Oh yeah, everything's a lot better. I think. I hope.
Good stuff. Is anyone familiar with someone who goes under the name of Mr. FED? Because I watched a video from the channel New Perspective. I think it's in Earth Awakening server, and he's quite down with the measured flat explanations. He had a bit of pushback, but he's got it quite fucking spot on. Anyone familiar with him?
Mr. FED, as in Mr.
Yep.
Flat Earth Debate.
Yep.
Cool. No, I hadn't heard.
Is he trying to explain it's flat?
Or is he telling it like it is?
He's telling it like it is, the measured flat. Yeah, I'll try and dig the video out and stick it in Master B.
Yeah, we'll have a little look. I'm sure this guy would appreciate us promoting him.
It'd be nice if like somebody understood that you ain't got to explain a measurement.
Well, it's good to know that somebody's listening.
I'm feeling you, John. It's hard to explain the redundancy. Hold on. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but you have to.
You're forced to. You don't have to. But if you're entering into these discussions with cognitively dissonant individuals, then you find yourself explaining it. But when you do, there's so much cringeworthy redundancy in any explanation because you're describing flatness for its flatness when it's required and axiomatically flat. So it feels stupid to be doing it. Now, that simultaneously, like I say, undermines everything we do because it's like there's an artificial debate created, and when you understand that and the necessity for flat Earth prerequisites, you kind of self-assess and go, what's our purpose then? And you go, well, we used to be supporting the notion that there was a debate to have. That used to be our position. Now we're recognising that without any interference from us, people will and in the future will continue to measure Earth flat without it getting mentioned. And anybody who decides that they don't like that or want to deviate from that can't. There's only one way to do it. And we don't have any influence over it. I said it the other day. I tried to phrase it again with loads of redundancy when someone's like, well, how does Nathan measure a flat map? I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. Feel free to go and approach the Ordnance Survey, but they're not going to care when you demand that they redefine what a mile is. Now, looking back on it, you go, well, even that is 5 layers of redundancy. They do measure with miles, but do I now need to expand on what a mile is? It is what it is. It's flat and linear when applied to Earth's surface, and deviations in terms of how Earth's been measured are measured with respect to a mile. So to then go on to explain that a mile's flat, it's like, well, of course it is. You've just described the per millimetre accuracy derived from it in the vertical perpendicular to it. Why would you need to say it's flat? You don't. So why are you? Well, I don't need to. Yeah, but you are. Yeah, it's kind of redundant. It isn't necessary. A mile won't change if I verbalise it or not. And in verbalising, there's a good chance I'm offering 5 layers of redundancy when I do so.
Nathan, when somebody says horizontal distances prove a globe, you do have to explain.
But
Why? That's a contradiction in terms. If somebody wants to suggest that horizontal distances ... it's like, well, hold on, we've got horizontal distances. That's the end of the discussion. Now, if you say horizontal distance measurements prove a violation of horizontal distance measurements, That obviously is a contradiction in terms. But if people want to believe that horizontal distance measurements, okay, so flat Earth measurements, prove something other than the flat Earth that's been measured with the measurements, they're entitled to. You can believe whatever you want. You want to believe that horizontality, when measured with respect to Earth's surface, extraneously proves something that's beyond that axiom, then fine. But will that change what you need to go out and measure? Well, you'll still go out and measure horizontal distance, won't you? Yeah. Okay. So it'll still be measured flat regardless of if some numpty comes along and says, see this horizontal distance that I've measured? Yeah. Well, that proves Earth's a roast chicken. In fact, horizontal distances prove Earth as a roast chicken, and you stupid flurfs don't understand that. You're like, okay, take the flat Earth distance measurement and suggest it proves we're a roast chicken if you choose to do so. You can do what you like. But it won't change what a horizontal distance measurement is, will it?
Never.
Who cares what they say? Are these people the arbiters of the convention of miles? No. Do they understand that a mile is linear? Yeah, they're applying it to a suggestion that they can prove a spherical Earth with the measurements of the flat Earth? Horizontal? Well, okay. Do what you like.
If I said to you, guess who the person is that said something like that, would you be able to guess?
How's that something Bev would say?
There you go.
I mean, Bev's entitled to believe what he likes. But the bit that he's basing it on that's got a measurement attached is horizontal, as his own declaration admits to. At which point you're like, okay, so horizontal distance measurements then. Okay, I don't care beyond that. Once you've got that established, then we've got horizontal. We all do. Even numpties that want to believe that those measurements can afford them sphericity. It's like, well, that sounds very much like something we talked about 12 months ago. The hard place. I can take these flat Earth measurements and turn them into a globe. Yeah, but you've got to accept horizontal distance measurements. Yeah, they prove a globe. Okay. Well, you're violating the measurement then. If you're saying that the surface you're measuring horizontally isn't horizontal, do what you like. I don't care. You're just a nutter. Sound like you're, messed up, but do what you like. Be you, be you.
Yeah, he's in a problem the moment he mentions distances. Are you really seriously gonna, after you say horizontal distances, you're gonna say who's a globe? Wow, you need to be mentally institutionalized.
But, thanks for affirming that we have horizontal distance measurements. That's correct. Yes, Earth is measured flat for distances. What's that? You can calculate, so I don't care. Go away. There's a lot of people who want this subject to offer them status. Now, don't get me wrong, I like offering up material that people enjoy watching. And as a consequence of that, that promotes me to have a certain social status. I get that. But that isn't my ends, right? My ends is just keep the mortgage paid and spend time with my kids. Hopefully produce entertaining material that people enjoy watching, therefore affording me the ability to pay my mortgage and spend time with my kids. You know what I mean? Those are kind of cyclical. But there's people out there that the money aspect is completely irrelevant to them. They only want this subject to afford them social status. Like you were talking about it earlier with the people who purloined from me. They want to be called authors. Okay, so this is a self-indulgent exercise then. You want the world to recognise your achievements, basically. You want status. Author? Who gives a tiniest of shit whether or not you can call yourself an author? You're like one of those pretentious twats that sit in a Starbucks with your laptop open. I'm an author. Like, oh, fuck off, you fat sniffer.
Exactly.
My primary concern isn't that I go down in history as some famous author. It's, will the actual material convey the message that was true regardless of it being needed to be conveyed through the lens of there being an already in existence, because there is, flat earth, in quotes and name only, versus globe earth debate, relinquished at the first opportunity when it's shown to be wrong. You know, through that lens, you can show people that earth's measured flat, but was anyway therefore inconsequential to them. So the book, when it comes out, hopefully will offer people that ability to have it be disposable as information. Oh, it's just measured flat. Now, that's not to demean the fact when there's a lot of people sniffing their own farts and telling themselves how wonderful they are in this paradigm-shifting world information that they hold. You're like, okay, well, I mean, you can still hold that if you want to, but you want the average Joe to go, all right, so it's just measured flat then. No biggie. Rather than, oh, it's measured flat, I need to have someone's kids off them and have them arrested, which is what the debate over the last 10 years has generated. The amount of animosity generated towards the people who convey this information in an arena where it's set against a globe earth claim. Like I say, well, I've experienced it for 10 or 12 years of people suggesting I should have my kids taken off me, police reports, social services reports, people putting you in financial hardship, stealing from you. There's all sorts of things that have gone down. So I would suggest that you don't necessarily want to impart that if you're a conscious person on a neighbour or a brother or a sister or an aunt. You know, you can't, in good conscience, pass that on if that might be the road that they end up taking as a direct consequence of you doing it. Whereas if you can impart the information upon them and leave them with the correct fact that it was being measured flat anyway, therefore you don't actually need to worry about it. You can take the, well, I've still got to go to the pub tomorrow and I've still got to have my job and I've still got to keep the house clean and the wife happy. You're like, yeah, you still do all those things, and any involvement with earth measurement that you might decide to engage in will be flat also. You know, should you decide to take up navigation, or if you decide to take up cartography or whatever it is, you know, that might actually practically be applied to the subject. But unless you're practically applying something to this subject, it's just being dealt with by anybody who measures the surface as a flat plane. And that was being the case for the ball belief that you thought you were in, even though you now realise that that isn't the case, and that's based on flat measurements too. But those flat measurements aren't going to kill you. They're not going to, you know, suddenly change anything in your worldview. They were the foundation of your worldview that you're being led to relinquish by reading my book. So it doesn't leave somebody in a state where they want to attack the author, attack the person that's recommended the book. They just go, oh, it's just flat then. It's always being measured that way anyway. Because it was, and is, and always will be.
Yeah, and I noticed and I was looking through some of the videos you'd recently put out. There's a vector symbol, and it's called Feast of Nonsense.
Yep.
Looking at some of the vector symbol itself is a direction with respect to a plane of reference. So,
yeah. Absolutely correct. I covered it in one of the videos where it came up in the Feast of Nonsense, where someone was asking why the vector symbol was on all of the different European and American space agencies. And I said, well, it could be because they're laughing at us because it's a flat Earth prerequisite. To describe a vector is like to describe ballistic trajectory. Therefore, flat Earth in prerequisite. So to suggest vectors isn't because conspiratard flat earthers who talk about being Satan's tongue are the ones that need to be paid attention to. What is a vector? Well, it's a flat Earth prerequisite. Absolutely spot on, John.
okay, I hadn't had a chance to watch them yet. I think you put out like 5 videos. So.
Yeah, that one's still members only, but it will get released. But yes, I cover the juxtaposition between conspiratardia saying it's the snake tongue of Satan versus it's just a flat Earth prerequisite. Most of the Feast of Nonsense is there to obscure flat Earth measurements. So again, by provenance, we have Wayne come along to say North's generally the top. Well, no, it's not only the case that it's got a fallacy named after it, the wrong direction fallacy, but it also unveils the fact that flat Earth horizontal directionality with magnetic field lines gets thrown into the flat Earth versus globe Earth conspiracy mix with a suggestion of a vertically orientated magnetic pole that creates orientation in the vertical, when north, used to expand the territories, is not vertical. But in the globe Earth world it is, and what we arguing about? Well, what's the Curie point of a core? Who cares? North's not up. So it hides the flat Earth prerequisite directionality and gets you to argue about core temperature or validity based on the dig depth at Kohler. You know, stuff that's nothing to do with actual flat Earth measurements that are useful. Who cares what they dug to? What was the dig? Well, it was perpendicular to a plane of reference in depth. How deep did they go?
I was going to say it's 8 miles down.
Yeah. Most stuff masks the reality, like having flat earthers defend that a boat will fall over the edge of a flat earth map is because boats fall over the edge of a geometric horizon measured with flat earth measurements. So not only do you need to convolute the flat earth measurements so that people whistle past them and use them to suggest that earth has a curve that boats fall over, you simultaneously need to make your opponent look stupid for their suggestion that boats fall over an edge. So the whole thing's geared towards having a discussion that whistles past the measurements that everybody uses, and they are all flat.
Oh, yeah. And every time they have a weakness in their argument, they turn it into our point. Like the edge. There's several examples of it where they ask us for something.
Yeah, the height of the star.
What's your physical?
Huygens destroyed the infinite distance that's in the concept of the celestial sphere. So heliocentrists ascribe a distance to the undescribable. You paraphrase this beautifully, and I put it into the book, John, because that is what they've done. They've taken that which cannot be defined in distance and given it a distance. Okay, so you give a distance to the stars. Huygens extrapolates out Kepler's interplanetary motion so that we can scale it and distance it with a number. Okay. That doesn't work, though, does it? Because we're measuring elevation angles at varying altitude distances, and it never changes the measurement angle. So it can only be defined as an infinite distance. That's how it functions. If you're using it for navigation, it's with respect to an equatorial plane and set at an infinite distance. So you, in your heliocentric wisdom, set it at a fixed distance, violating this very concept of the celestial sphere. What's that? In trig, we could calculate for height. What's your flat Earth height? What? I haven't ascribed a height to this. In practical terms, we can derive the distance to the GP, and we do. The extrapolations of a heliocentric worldview come from that very convention. But yet you're asking me to give you the height of the star when you have a fixed value described by Huygens after flat Earth measurements by Kepler. And I'm supposed to give you a height of the star? What?
Yeah, like the very idea that we should give a height to the star would be to invalidate the measurements.
Yep.
So it's insane. They're asking us to do something that nobody should ever do.
Yep. Same goes for the dome. Where's your dome? Dome? What are you talking about? What dome? The dome that you must claim. Defend it. I didn't claim it. Defend it. It's a flat Earth claim. You are a flat earther. Defend your bloody dome. Why? Well, so that nobody notices that I've got gas pressure without a container.
Yeah. Yeah. That was another one. Yeah. It seems like almost all of them come with the flipping the burden, and a contradiction of measurement.
or a red herring and keep being wrapped up in this distraction, and then you'll never get to the measurement. When the Earth's just measured flat, there's flat.
Well, usually the red herring is also another flat Earth proof, so they just keep firing flat Earth proofs at you until you accept it's a globe.
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah, another measurement that you just brought up. Thanks. Yeah, there's flat.
I had one of my friends come by this last week, and he was a guy that I had the talk with about, pointing out that we measure it flat, and like his brain went haywire. He come back around. It's been like 3 months since I've seen him, and he come back, and I guess he thought he had an argument, and he started saying, well, you measure curvature with vertical and horizontal. I was like, oh, you do.
Yeah, you're done at that point.
Yeah, it's weird how offering a seeming rebuttal 5 years ago would end up in a debate, whereas now it ends up in us laughing at the flat Earth proof that they fired back at you. It's weird how things turn out. Distance, you say? Altitude, you say?
So where did you get
Height above sea level, you say?
Directions, you say? South, you say? Time,
Angle?
you say? Good.
I just spit out angle.
Angle, you say?
Yeah.
Well, how do you get this plane of reference if you can't reference a plane?
Well, it's just the point. It's not actually, a plane. It's just a point. Therefore, you just don't understand.
Not
Plane's a point. I love that.
Not to change the subject, but the aliens that they've recently given disclosure for, if I would have been asked, I hadn't been, would have suggested that what they convoluted would have been more along the lines of the Christians' belief about angels coming down and demons coming up, or wherever demons come from. That would have been my first guess for what they'd lean into.
That's
Therefore,
exactly the first thing my brother said.
What, that they would have lent into prophecy and biblical fire and brimstone fear porn.
Disembodied angels that need bodies. So yes, that's what they consider the aliens to be. The fallen angels, the ones that lined up with Lucifer.
Right. But they haven't. They've lent into narcissists, 1950s ant-men, greys, and Northern Europeans.
That's correct.
Right, I've got children to attend to. Hopefully you can keep the conversation going for 10 minutes.
See you soon, mate.
Oh, there's aliens. I have not kept up with the news. There's aliens now.
They're commonly known as coming from other countries and other territories from our flat Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Referred to as foreigners and stuff, the lands we chartered from our flat Earth.
Yeah, but what they're talking about is people from up, like outer space, which is contradictory. Yeah, the north. Wait, no.
It's the north up in soil in the sky with diamonds, rather than reality of the chartered lands that we measured our flat Earth, and folks coming from those lands. I see. So we got to be distracted into la la land and that kind of stuff, rather than just sticking to, the folks that were created in the chartered lands of our flat Earth. Which God created.
Right, right. But is the news saying that there are more people than what we already know of?
Yeah, John, the mainstream media's like disclosing that there's 4 different types of aliens. Like, your stereotypical greys. There's Nordics, which are just tall, long, blonde-haired people. There's these bug ones called the mantises, that Neil. And what's the other one?
Yeah, you got your
Reptilians.
mantis, your greys, and your reptilians. And Nords, of course. And refracted, these were presented to me by my brother, saying, I thought you'd be on your program discussing this. They released the video of aliens. They've proven that there are 4 aliens. I said, why would I be talking about that? He said, well, you keep saying space is fake. Now look, they're showing you aliens.
The news story that I saw, it was just some scientist or some fella had conversations with other people that he believed. So it was just hearsay nonsense, no actual evidence of anything, yet the mainstream media is running with it.
Hold on a damn minute.
Did you say space?
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
Space.
The ones my brother came were government official released. So yes, John, from space.
Well, I just so we are clear about this, space is length, width, and height. That's with respect to a plane of reference.
Boom.
Now, what are they talking? Are they talking about people are coming from up?
Yes. They claim that they've gotten these people from aircrafts that crashed on Earth.
Well, I don't know what all is up there, but there's no land up there that's visible, unless I'm beneath a mountain. Are they talking about a mountain?
How are where are they saying they come from? Are they specifically saying space or outer space? Because outer space could just be beyond the horizon south.
No, outer space would be self-contradictory. Space is not with respect to a sphere; it's with respect to a plane. So it would be space, upper space, lower space. No such thing as outer space.
The fact that they're saying that they came from the air. Hello? Came from up there, up in the air.
Didn't you know we're all made from stardust anyway, Neil?
What's that?
Didn't you know we're all made from stardust?
That's correct, yes, by, what's his name? That's Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, right? The Stardust. Nonsense. Anything but a creator, right? Well, this is the narrative that they're spinning. So it's interesting because something else is, coming down the pipes. If they're pushing this and releasing this as something that's not laughable, like, no, the government actually released what they look like. There's 4 different types taken from 4 different crafts.
People never really do take the time to make the distinction between a government official and the government. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Because there's people in our government who are conspiratorial morons, just like everyday people.
Oh, this is what it says. Listen, I got this from the government. Yeah, they're governing your mental, and they're telling you that there's aliens. Hello?
Everyday people.
Yeah, but they didn't get it from the government. A government official who is obviously mentally ill gave that to a reporter who shared it with people. People are stupid.
I'm pretty sure I saw a headline or someone saying that the official government website that released all this information has had over 8 billion people viewing it, which is absolutely ridiculous.
It's a .gov website, is what you're telling me.
Yep.
Oh gosh, somebody better cite that quickly. Please cite it.
It's yours. It's yours. It's yours.
I ain't trying to be like weird with citation. I just want to go look at it because I'm going to find it really hard to believe until I'm just not going to accept it as the government's position until I have seen it cited.
In other words, having the federal stamp of the official overall position. Okay.
Like .gov behind the website. That's all I need.
Oh, yeah. And here's the hyperlink for it all. Got it.
No, I mean, if it's a government official in his full capacity as a representative releasing this on a .gov website, that's all I need is, it should be easy if it's the government's position.
You know they are promoting an alien invasion, right? That is going to be they're promoting it in movies. There's a new one out now called Disclosure, right? So, telling you, be ready for this alien abduction.
There is a big difference between promoting fear, right, of the unknown and actually claiming to know something that was previously unknown. So there's a big jump there. The only reason I'm saying this is because I can, at the moment that they claim that they've met these people or these people exist, I got somebody I can define as a liar.
Lynn just gave a link in the Master B.
Yeah, I've stuck it in Discord as well. The URL is war.gov/UFO.
The only thing I'd give a little credence to is Satan is described as a reptile. Okay? So could they be like fallen angels? I don't know. But I mean, the reptilian one is kind of like you can like shoehorn it in, but the other ones, it's contradiction. It's a contradiction to scripture then, because there are no other creations outside of man, the animals, and the insects. That's it.
In the release document that I'm seeing, all I see is UAPs. Where are these grays and stuff that was claimed as our government's official position?
Oh, I just got a picture of him. I didn't get the whole thing what my brother was telling me. I just found the picture that he was showing me. But from when he came over my house, that's what he said. He said that they were, they've admitted to it. It's a government what do they call it when they drop the news on you? One of
Hold on,
those
no,
things
no.
that they keep concealed and then they release them.
Hold on. It's a national security thing, but hold on. Because there's a difference between them admitting that things are in the sky that they don't understand and have named unidentified aerial phenomenon, right? There's a difference between that and little people operating vehicles to interact with us.
Hold on. Where you getting little people? Go get the chart. You got the Nords at over 6 feet tall. You got the reptilians, I guess, about our height, maybe slightly taller. Then you got the Greys that is little tiny, like pygmy type things. And then you got the mantis. Those are the killer. Those are the insect people. They just want to take the Earth's resources. Sort of like the ones from War of the Worlds.
Fine. These bigger or average sized or slightly smaller, who cares about that? Saying that there are aerial phenomena we don't understand is different from saying that there's aliens that exist that are these four things that everyone's claiming is the official position. That it's not lining up. People are making stuff up.
Yeah, hold on a second. This is coming from our government. Now, they've declassified it. So it had to be classified as a real event, right?
It is the unidentified aerial phenomenon and how they don't know what it is. That's why it's unidentified. Where in the hell are people connecting these four aliens or whatever to this government report that has been unclassified?
Well, I'm
This is
struggling.
stupid.
I'm struggling to find the actual release on the different types of aliens there. I'll try and dig it out though.
I'll send my brother a quick message. Maybe he'll give me the right one. Like I said, I was just looking for the pictures today, so that came along with everything else. But from what he was telling me, he was shocked that I wasn't on my show, Flat Earth Debate. Notice I said my show. Talking about it.
Well, that's what we're trying to do, but it seems like, the people who are talking about it are uninformed retards,
Let me send him a quick message. I'll get the proper documentation that you need. But from what I understand, it was released as declassified. These were pulled out of wreckage from alien ships that came from above.
They should have gone with Klingons, Borg, maybe ET/Greys. That's fine. But the Scandinavians? I mean, seriously. Mantis men? Come on.
Well, I find the Norwegian one kind of offensive. I mean, that's my heritage that they're making fun of now. You know what I'm saying, though, Nathan, about the distinction between, because you've been out, like me and you talked about this before, where there's things in the sky happening when it's really dark and there's no light pollution and you can see everything. We don't know what all that is, or, you know what I mean? Like there's things happening that just looks crazy. That doesn't mean aliens.
And if it was, it'd probably be Borg.
Didi's funny in the text chat. Hey, I'd love to be abducted by illegal aliens. It's the only time I'd get to travel out of the country, LOL. Science fiction did that, John. Oh no, John is an alien. We are compromised, LOL. Oh, did that get through?
Very good.
Right on. It did.
Were they making fun of me?
No, Diddy's not making fun of you.
Suggesting that you are one of the aliens in this scenario and you're compromised as a result.
Of course. Anybody who questions the information must be. Trust me, this is standard operating procedure for us aliens. I'm actually communicating with you guys from Narnia. I'm your Narnian correspondent there. Any questions about the lamp, White Witch, anything like that?
Hold on. I got it. U.S. Department of War. Presidential Unsealing and Reporting System for UAP Encounters. The Department of War just released the second trench.
Pardon me, Neil. What you're reading
Of records
now is
on the wait. What's that?
what you're reading now is a reporter giving his interpretation of the data that has been released. I would like the data from the Department of War that says there are 4 alien species or whatever they want to call them. You know what I mean?
Donald J. Trump. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and the unidentified flying objects, UFOs, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. In response to President... What's that?
Why would you assume that something that is unidentified can be identified as being of these aliens from up?
They didn't say that. That's not what I heard. What I heard was extra terror. That's what I heard. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah, but see, the thing is, how are you even attaching it to that? You know what I mean?
They're not. The news does it for them. So the news will convolute this into little green men from up. Whereas what they're literally describing from the War Department is beings from the extra lands. That's what's being described, right? The classified documentation on the beings from extra terra, that's extra terra firma, that's the ground beneath your feet. That's the language they're using. And then they're describing unidentified flying objects. That is to say, back to your point, well, what's to say they'll be identified if they're unidentified?
Well, let me finish.
They're not a UFO if you know what they are. So
Right.
why have you got them labeled as unidentified?
Well, it tells you here, the materials archived here are unresolved cases, meaning the government is unable to make a definitive determination on the nature of the observed phenomena. This can occur for a variety of reasons, including a lack of sufficient data, and the Department of War welcomes the application of private sector analysis. So John's right. They're calling on regular people now.
Hold on. What's the method we use to elucidate the cause of natural phenomena again?
Obviously, we ask people to just
Scientific
make shit
method.
up.
No, public opinion. Shut up, Neil.
Oh, God bless it. I forgot. It's peer reviewed.
Private sectors, they will. Information and expertise they want. The Department of War will continue to conduct separate reporting on resolved UAP cases as mandated by statute. Under this administration, we will pursue the truth and share our findings with the American people. And then they show you the pictures of the aliens. So my brother says it's obvious there are 3 devils and 1 angel. Of course, the angel's the blonde. The other ones are 3 demons.
But you get what I'm saying, though, right? There's 3 different positions being held, and nobody's defining the difference between any of them.
Well, Nathan's right, though. They're talking about extraterrestrial. That's that's Earth. That's terra firma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, extra
But
terror.
how do
Extra
you
land.
know this extra terra that we have no proof of exists and how do you know that this phenomenon in the air is tied to this intelligent life that we have no proof of?
We need the media to put those little pieces together for us. The gaps are easily filled, though, aren't they? You're absolutely correct. These are gaps. They're what would you call them? Plot holes, gaps in the narrative. But the gaps in the narrative, we're all primed to fill in.
I didn't hear that.
We're all
It
primed
was too.
we're all primed to fill in these gaps in the narrative.
I think somebody had their mic wide open or my phone's messing up.
Got their mic open.
Yeah, it's Christian.
Bless it.
Mike discipline.
Well, like I get that. That's what the media does. They connect dots. They're, if you want to call conspiracy theorists, they are what they, people assume that everyone else is. The media is the one that does all that. But they're doing a horrible job.
I mean, I thought it was hilarious. I really enjoyed listening to it.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I've not listened to it yet. I'm just going off the information I've been given here and looking at the citations I've been given. I'm not listening to any of the news on it.
No, me neither. I'm just saying what I'm hearing through the grapevine from these guys here is about these four different... the main points that I'm taking away is that they've been categorizing little green men. Now, little green men is now psychopaths, Nordics, that's Scandinavians, Greys, that's ET, and Mantis men. Like 1950s foam bad guys from terrible sci-fi.
Okay, so we got these four peoples from extra Earth, right?
Yep.
That they're describing are in these unidentified. Why are they calling them unidentified if they know that these people are operating these and they are vehicles? It doesn't make any sense.
They're identified in an unidentified way. You just don't understand.
Well, these two
Obviously,
are separate stories, right? So, if reading between the lines, there's separate stories. There's the animals, creatures, people, whatever, living entities from extra land, right? That's one story. And then you categorize, because that's what people like doing, right? Putting things into little categories. So they're just appealing to human nature. Fine. How do we associate this with extra land in the sky? Well, just tie it directly to a completely separate, unrelated, claim to be phenomena where they discover stuff that is alleged to come from the sky. What, like little bits of tinfoil in Roswell? That's the separate story that is now associated. So we are, as an audience, primed to make the connection that the creatures from Extra Terra are actually connected to things that we'd see literally in the sky, aircraft. Therefore, you put two and two together, and the little green men in their categories are connected to the aircraft we see in the sky. Therefore, the little lights in the sky are also land that the aircraft came down from, perpendicular to a plane of reference, when they came from the extra lands in the sky.
But see, I love it. You did it exactly how I would expect the media to lay it out. That is exact. But the government didn't do that. People saying the government did is wrong.
No, they've just put out two stories at the same time in the same breath that are unconnected, so that you connect UAPs or whatever they were describing. What was the acronym? What does it mean?
Yeah, UAPs and UFOs.
What's a UAP?
Unidentified alien.
Aerial phenomenon.
Aerial phenomenon.
Unidentified aerial phenomena. So that could be anything from when I'm sat in my hot tub and I see a shooting star, to the Northern Lights, to something that comes down from the atmosphere that's made of tinfoil and is alleged to be collected from the ground, with a first-hand witness account saying that it came from the sky. All of those things could be, just about barely with the last one, associated with unidentified aerial phenomena. Okay, what did you see, sir? I've got my notepad open. A light went across the sky. Looked like it got bigger as it got closer to me, and then it looked like it got smaller as it went towards the horizon. Okay, well, we can't explain what that is. Okay, yeah, but we can make a note of it. It becomes a statistic then it's of significance. And we can connect it to stories of not aerial, but terra firma, extraterrestrial. So terrestrial then. But we need people to think that the ET's coming from the, like in the movies. He's got to come from the sky, obviously.
You know, this reminds me of how they do the ISS, you know, like, because they'll have the launch, like there's 4 or 5 different things going on that have nothing to do with each other, but then they relate them together to form a narrative, you know, like they fire a rocket off. That rocket follows a parabolic arc with respect to a plane of reference. So, okay, that's one thing. And then they have a studio where there are people who are being held up by wires and pretending to float with, you know, hairsprayed hair and weird looking positions. And then there's another one where there's a pool where people in diving equipment are moving really slowly to emulate the idea that they're working on a ship. And then there's the thing we see in the sky that, if you zoom in on, kind of resembles that thing that they're keeping in the pool. You know what I mean?
Yes. The altitude of the claimed to be stage show with people on high wire being alleged to be at an altitude perpendicular to sea level, travelling at a velocity that's directly connected to conventions that are derived from time and distance. That's miles per hour, 17,500 of them. And the depth, this is a bit of a stretch, for the submersible stage show would also be described with respect to a plane of reference when you describe the depth underwater. That's a bit of a reach.
Well, no, I was just, I know that they have to use the flat Earth prerequisites, but the way that they tie that story together of the ISS, it's the same. It's what's happening right now, isn't it?
Yeah, similar. They're leaving you to fill in the blanks for yourself. On TV, we see a show. The show's called the ISS. Well, the light in the sky is also called the ISS. What does the light in the sky do? Nothing. You can just track it with your telescope. Okay? But as you pointed out already, it looks a lot like the shape they've got in an underwater pool. Now, the underwater pool is said to be the same as the stage show where they're on the high wire. So in the pool, they're flying. Now, none of this in isolation makes sense, but if you pull all the pieces together with your ballistic trajectory measured with respect to a flat plane for a firework at the start of this story, suddenly all the pieces fall into place, and men travelled from a flat Earth into a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, to travel at a flat Earth miles per hour, at a flat Earth elevation, on a stage, in a pool that's claimed to be the same as a light in the sky. It all makes perfect sense.
You know, I can't say it's wrong, because I've heard you know, intelligent people put things together that are wrong. Like when somebody said that the Black Swan and celestial navigation were tied together at the lips. It's only because the word horizon is used in both. You know what I mean? It's different context. It's not the same thing. You're not talking about the same thing at all.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a
Gave
certain
10th
individual
man
that
his
said they were
marching
attacked.
orders. He gave 10th his marching orders, and he dropped Thor's hammer on Nathan when he told him that he's going to be author of the book. He didn't ask. He told Nathan what was what.
You know how NASA's meant to be the biggest buyer of helium? I just put into Google, how much does NASA spend on hairspray? And the AI overview came back to say, NASA does not allocate a budget for hairspray, and astronauts do not use it in space. Aerosol cans are prohibited due to flammable propellants, fire hazards, and the risk of stray particles clogging air filtration systems. Instead, astronauts manage hygiene and hairstyles with standard issue ponytails, hair clips, and no rinse shampoo.
Thank you, AI, for that useless bunch of information.
Yeah, you can't be too careful. If you're out in a second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum in a pressurized tin can, you've got to be cognizant of the fact that if you use hairspray, the gas will fill the available volume when you spray it in the tin can. Now, obviously, you can look down upon a high pressure gas surrounding a blue marble earth that's not contained, but that's fine, that's allowed, that's just a plot hole. Don't worry a precious little head about it. Worry about the containment of the gas for the CFC containing ozone layer destroying hairspray inside the container, inside the spaceship that's claimed to be underwater in a pool.
I figured it out what the Kármán line is. The Kármán line is where up becomes out. That's it. Up turns into out at the Kármán line.
It's north and expect out and up.
It's the other side of the wardrobe, isn't it? So, you know, you don't need to adhere yourself to the flat earth prerequisites or cardinal directionality or Cartesian systems. Once you're on the other side of the wardrobe, you don't need to worry about up and down not being any directions that you can ascribe to anything because you're in space. Suddenly, you know, that's the way of things, right? I can describe my out because there is no up and down. It's like, well, there is if you're measuring Earth, or you need a distance to ascribe 17,500 miles per hour to, or an altitude to.
But you can't do that. Up and down are in space. That is part of space. You can't get rid of up and down.
And you can completely relinquish it in outer space. It's the other side of the wardrobe. There is no directionality in a Narnia-like land called outer space. Space is just length, breadth, and depth. Outer space is where you're describing beyond the Kármán line, other side of the wardrobe, metaphorically.
Right. So there is no directions you can assign in outer space. There are no vectors.
Exactly.
So
that's back to them laughing at us when they've got a vector symbol on their shirts. They're just laughing at us. They're the only ones that you can call liars. So they're the only ones you can say with sincerity are acquiring, Jupiter's delight. They freaking know they're lying. They know they're not going to a second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum. So therefore, wearing the vector is an insult to anybody they speak to when they know they're lying. Also, it kind of looks like a serpent's tail.
Yeah, they might as well.
Sorry, carry on.
I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, they might as well just spit in your sister's face at that point, you know?
Yeah, they're saying, look at this flat earth prerequisite directionality and orientation with this symbol. By the way, where we're going, this doesn't apply. But I know we're not going there. You dumbass. That's kind of what it says. When it's ascribed to anybody who's actually suggested to have been in the area beyond the wardrobe, the second law of thermodynamics violating area of outer space. sky vacuum.
Comes out. Then happens, by the way.
Say again?
Up are not the same thing. It'd be the false direction fallacy to try to combine them.
Did you say where up becomes out? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's the point at which you would be using the false direction fallacy.
Yes. Before that, on this side of the wardrobe, you're just convoluting azimuth and altitude. On the other side of the wardrobe, it's a conversion that's no longer necessary to ascribe to any directionality. So up becomes out.
Yeah, these people are delusional beyond just. I don't know. I can't describe delusion to some of it. Some of it's got to be intentional at this point.
Did I mention that I could put a new character in the book called Dwayne, who employs the wrong direction?
Why did you need to add a new character?
To round up the chapter on the Molten Iron Core, to explain that the purpose, like explaining that you flat earther idiots have got an edge for a boat to fall over, don't mention that I'm going to use the suggestion of a boat falling over an edge of a geometric horizon based on flat earth measurements, cloud your judgment about why I'm pouring scorn on you with a claim that you've never even heard of until I told you you're an idiot flat earther with boats falling over your edge of a flat earth disk. In the same way, to convolute the fact that flat earth directionality in the form of degrees in the horizontal / azimuth / compass directions are, as mentioned, a flat earth prerequisite in terms of directionality, horizontal in orientation. They're not altitude, they are azimuth. That is utilised in practical application for navigation and has been past tense used to expand the known territories. Goes without saying, it's an axiomatic fact when finding your way. Directions are a necessity. Therefore, an azimuth to be utilised in this practical way is fundamentally horizontal. That cannot be disputed. I feel like I'm offering too much redundancy, so I'm going to move on and juxtapose it with the suggestion that there's a north-south, up-down, vertically orientated pole with a magnetic field line running out from a top to bottom directionality. And that top to bottom directionality has got the term, let me just think a second. Oh, north and south. What do you say, north and south in a vertical? Let's argue about where the molten iron core has got a Curie point that wouldn't create this definitely in existence, vertically orientated magnetic field line that only has a practical application ascribed in the horizontal. Ergo, the wrong direction fallacy is overlooked to the point where a map using, map selling, course touting gentleman who's acutely aware of the horizontal orientation in azimuth and degrees from north could suggest that north is generally, quote, the top of something. That's what the molten iron core serves, and that character was used in the same way I've just used it for you in the book to explain to a reader why we have the debate about a molten iron core. To mask horizontal orientation, azimuth, degrees from north, versus horizontality when describing a vertical polar axis through a globe. One can't comport with the other, so let's argue about the molten iron core's Curie point. Let's argue about how deep we dig. So Dwayne, the new character, can talk about how the north, that's horizontal, is the top. It isn't.
What's Dwayne's second name in the book? And is it
Cuntingham. Cuntingham.
Epic.
I mean, these are just made up characters, of course. It's not like these people exist. They're just made up characters.
Yeah, they're not the kind of made up character that, you know, try to get your ability to feed your kids taken away from you kind of thing.
Nothing like that. Just made them up for the purposes of demonstration why we'd need a vertically orientated, non-existent, flat Earth derived, spherical, vertical, magnetic core be in place to be discussed about whether or not it would develop a magnetic field to begin with, rather than the orientation of the actual field that's used in practical application in the horizontal. So, like I say, it's very useful to create a character to explain how somebody could fall victim to the wrong direction fallacy and ascribe a horizontal direction, north, to the top of something, when topographical deviations for this specific character are measured to the millimetre accuracy by Ordnance Survey, which they absolutely are. So therefore, it required a fairly heavy rewrite about a week ago. So when I got a draft back from the publisher, he was like asking me to make final checks, and then I just took it upon myself to write the character, and I'm like, it's in front of me and it's in a Word document. I thought I'll add one line, and it won't take much work. But I don't know, 48 hours later, after a lot of sweat and work, I'd finally, gone through that chapter 5 times after writing it, because you have to then treat it like it's a freshly written chapter, and then you have to go through the process of checking it millions of times. So that was all done last week to incorporate that. That was the only purpose. And then it's like, as an example, you can't just introduce a character halfway through a chapter. You've got to kind of introduce them early on in the chapter, so it has a character to tie the story to mentally, and then like essentially foreshadowing their actual involvement in the story. Now, in the case of the Molten Iron Core, I got a character that I could never expand out, and I'd wanted to anyway. Now, that particular character was a guy who came along and said, of course we have a Molten Iron Core, and then in debate he's asked to go and get the evidence to support that claim. He says, I'll go and get it, I'll be right back, end quote. And then 9 years later, he still hasn't come back. But you're like, that little anecdote, while amusing, isn't enough for a chapter that's fairly extensive, talking about Thea and fear porn and soil in the sky, right? That's what this chapter's about when you break it down. The accretion, which violates the second law. It's quite an extensive educational path of a chapter, and it needed more of a character to tie to that story. So what I intended to do was fold in one character with the other, and then once I'd written it and incorporated it into the chapter, I was saying to Paula, right, shall I just write this character out and just make it the same character, because otherwise there's 2 names? She's like, no, just explain that you've deviated from one character to another, because they're fictional characters and they're 10 a penny, and you can invent as many as you like. Don't bother, writing out this character and making it into the same character. If it's 2 different fictional people, just leave them as 2 different fictional people with 2 different fictional names that you've made up that are, related to different parts of the same story. It doesn't matter that you've got an extra character in there. So I'm like, fine. So I wrote around it. That when I first wrote it, I was like, that's a bit messy, because I just sort of hammer-handedly go, right, back to this character halfway through the story. But it's like, well, sometimes that's just how it goes. Anyway, it's made that chapter a lot better, because it's folded in flat Earth prerequisites up the wazoo, which it didn't have as many of until this particular directionality aspect was brought into it, and that needed a character to anchor it to as well. Good.
Sine qua non?
Flat Earth prerequisite.
Yes. Did you mention housekeeping? Wasn't that the first housekeeping question? Oh, yeah, that's Anthony Riley's, you thieving bastard.
Yes, because Anthony got up out of bed every day and was suggesting this be answered by people who he was posing it to daily. I know that was me. It's a question. What good is a question if it exists but isn't asked?
It is kind of sad, though. Something that's as obvious as that is being twisted into, that's not even yours. You did, Nathan, you basically started a hangout that millions of people do all over the world.
It's not Nathan's Hangout, it's Google's.
Yeah, these things basically run themselves. Like I say, people who've been fired are going to be down the pub claiming that the factory was made by the building contractor, therefore they can't claim credit for the Fords being pumped out. You're like, okay. I mean, that's one way to make the people around the pub not call you a thief. All just distractions. Why aren't you hanging around him anymore? You brought down the hammer, did you? He's removed me from the groups. Is that what Thor does? Bitch like a little girl about being removed from groups. Is that how Thor behaves when he brings down the hammer? I can't quite believe I've been removed from the group.
So he wasn't removed. He brought the hammer down on you. He left, according to him. Funny.
Just, I like it. There's lies afoot, so I just need to look down the barrel of the camera. I fired QE. He was, fact, removed from my company by me. What company? The one I created. The groups that I created for that company to exist included people I'd invited into them. One of them was QE. He was as easily removed from that group by me as he was introduced to it. He bleated and moaned about it about 8 months ago, much to my amusement. Now, you can try and suggest that being removed by me from a group is you bringing the hammer down on me. But I'll just look down the camera and laugh at you. Yeah, is this the spin you're telling the boys down the pub, is it there, John? You brought the hammer down on me when I fucked you off out of the groups I created? No, son, no. You got fired for stealing. That's what happened. No amount of spin's going to change reality.
But yeah, wasn't every single housekeeping question workshopped and refined in your Hangouts?
Yeah, I've asked them thousands of times. Literally. Those questions have crossed my lips thousands of times. Look, what I'm flattered about is that which was developed based on my tenacity to have shows daily. There's valor that needs stealing, right? Now, I didn't even recognise this as something that was of value that people would want to steal. But now I'm hearing QE developed this, Anthony Riley developed that. Oh, lads. Oh, I'm really flattered that you'd want to steal the valour of Flat Earth Debate housekeeping questions that much. Okay, lads, they're all yours.
So speaking words are developing. I guess I can see that because my 3-year-old's developing his language. What the hell is wrong with it? Citations are being copyrighted.
Now, hold on.
Earthers look like retards because of this.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Is he the arbiter of gas pressure out of container, or did he bring a certain argument, which is funny because now we laugh at arguments, right? But that wasn't his. I think Nathan mentioned it earlier, how he was embarrassed that he didn't recognize it, right?
It's just someone else who's... No, it's just someone else that Quantum Eraser stole from. Yeah, another, what, this is yours? No, you told us how you had been told this, much to your embarrassment of your own stupidity. So gas pressure without a container? No, I mean, there might have been some random conduit called John that passed the information along, but he had absolutely no involvement with that particular debunking of the sky vacuum. No. On the contrary. No, just some dumb fuck who didn't realise how empty the void of gas would have gas filling it if it were real, when it was pointed out to him, much to his own embarrassment. Yeah, dumb fuck retard didn't realise it until someone came along and told him. What was the name of that person? He never told us because he wanted to seem smart and steal valour from someone else. But he explicitly made it clear where that information came from, not him.
It was the piece of information that changed him from a baller to a flat earther in a Planck time. I believe he describes it.
Yeah, he recognised his own stupidity in a Planck time. It only took a fraction of a second to realise how dumb he was when he didn't realise that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Now, the popularisation of that fact happened right here with a question asked by me thousands of times. It didn't originate with a thief. It originated in some forum about Christianity that some thief happened to be in and then stole the valor from that too. Yeah? Yeah, once a thief, always a thief.
Yeah, but I find that kind of funny. That he's saying, you came up with nothing. What'd you come up with, Nathan? You just opened the show, a hangout. And meanwhile, everything he came up with is stolen valor or citation. Are you kidding me? Give me another housekeeping question. What was the one we used to ask that was formerly known as the Horizon? How did that one go?
Who cares? I don't give a crap about these housekeeping questions anymore.
Yeah, they're old and busted.
Well, they were it's not that they're old and busted, it's that they were a means to keep me making entertaining shows. What's your evidence? Well, the shows. Now you can go, all you did was have the shows. On the show, housekeeping questions were developed. That's what the show did. That's how the show evolved. What is the show? Well, me starting Hangouts. Yeah, that's correct. But that's what building up a YouTube career is at the point that you decide to transition from part-time work into full-time YouTubing. That's a very big risk that I've taken. Now, I took it so I could pay my mortgage. And I'm delighted that for 10 straight years, I have paid my mortgage with money from YouTube by keeping people who are interested in the flat earth subject entertained daily, by debating about it daily. Now, the people who've been onlookers, some of them have been introduced to the group by me and then fired for thieving. One of them's John Stunyer, otherwise known as Quantum Eraser. I invited him into the group. I had to encourage him. He was a bit timid. And then I had to train him on how to use broadcasting software. And then I had to introduce him to an audience that I'd already built up. And then I fired him and got rid of him from all the groups, and he started bitching and moaning about him, / bought Thor's hammer down. But that process was me making shows thousands of times. And the end was the mortgage being paid. But simultaneously, I built up a reputation. And people have gone, I like that. I want to be that person who's built up a reputation debunking heliocentrism by asking continual questions that have been refined by a group of people. But the hub is this. This is the hub. It still exists daily because I get up daily to do it. Now, you can demean that as much as you like. Who cares? I'm not here to build up a legacy. I'm here to pay the mortgage. That's the reason I bought all of the equipment, so I could pay the mortgage. Everything around me is designed for one purpose alone. Keep a roof over the head of me and my family. That's what most people do when they work. This is me working. Now you can say, but the work that bore fruit, I want the fruit. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I've had an open door, and occasionally people are going to walk out with the pint glasses. Go, I forged this. No, you didn't. But you can keep telling yourself that. I had an idea on the show. Really? Okay. So you were on a show facilitated by me discussing the subject in open debate live. Therefore, everything you've said is as a consequence of the show. It's called the but-for rule. So Anthony came up with Molten Iron Core. But for the fact I ran a hangout, Paul Voigt wouldn't have turned up to talk about Molten Iron Core with Anthony. I hosted the discussion and broadcasted it to a live audience, and as a consequence of me hosting the show, inviting guests like Anthony and Paul Voigt to discuss topics like the Molten Iron Core, a subsequent housekeeping question about said subject discussed on this show was developed. Now, I don't have to justify this. That's written in history when it was broadcast. Now, what I like is the involvement that, but for my show, wouldn't have happened, wants credit to be ascribed to somebody who had a discussion on the platform about the Molten Iron Core. Sorry, does that make Anthony Riley the arbiter of the Molten Iron Core? No. Fucking fat retard. Huygens, distance to the sun, and Thea, and the heliocentric model, they all existed before Anthony's fat ass got here, didn't they? But Anthony thinks that a self-perpetuating molten iron core ascribed to a sphere Earth in defiance of axiomatic horizontal principles is something that his name needs to be ascribed to? Sorry, do you think we should be saying your name daily? Because that's how people get remembered. Now, I say my name daily when I introduce myself on the show that discuss the molten iron core by inviting guests whose names most people won't remember came on to facilitate the need to have housekeeping questions. Saying, you should build a house on this land. Oh, thanks, Anthony. I should build a house here. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I am going to go and buy the bricks, lay the foundations, dig the pit, build the house, put the frame in it and the heating and the electric, and when it's done, you can come along and go, I suggested he build that house. Yeah, I got the bricks, you dumbass. But I love the fact that you have looked on my beautiful house and thought, I want some credit for that. I suggested he build it. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you debated Paul Voigt.
Anthony's claiming...
Dead.
This is new to me. Anthony is now claiming ownership of show-related material.
He's claiming credit for the molten iron core question.
No, he's not. QE's giving it to him. QE gives people things, He sets people up. He gave him his marching orders, gave the housekeeping questions to Anthony. It's Anthony Riley's, if anybody. Don't you know that?
Oh, I see. So the spin is, I'm not stealing from Nathan. I'm stealing from Anthony. I see. Very good spin. Very good.
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. What? How did he go so stupid?
The reason for this necessity is because in my fifth draft, which was formerly titled Housekeeping Questions, the backbone of my book that was stolen is about housekeeping questions. One of them, this one, existed before QE got here. Molten iron core. All right, Paul Voigt. So it's nothing to do with Anthony. It's Paul Voigt that needs ascribing credit. He was the one who came along. I mean, who the fuck is Paul Voigt? Nobody. He didn't run a show daily, did he? Yeah? So he gives a shiny shite about who the fuck Paul Voigt is. Nobody gives the tiniest of shites. Yeah? The valor's ascribed to the guy who's asking the question daily thousands of times. That's me. Now, I didn't want the valor. I wanted my mortgage paid. But what I didn't recognise is that others did. They saw that as valuable and important and wanted to steal it. Now, when it comes to, I came up with all of these questions, what, the ones in my book about housekeeping that you stole? What about the one on housekeeping question number 1 that was formed before you got here? That wasn't Nathan's, that was Anthony's. So why would you need to justify this theft? Like the theft of the sky vacuum questions about how can you have gas pressure without... You're just stealing. No ifs, buts and maybes about it. Nothing that you've written in your book is yours. It's mine. It's all come from the same core questions asked by me thousands of times and then offered for assistance purposes. You, that's John Thieving Stunyer, offered to give me. And then upon offering so much fantastic help, detailing explicitly that which happened right here, you've decided to spin to an audience how you haven't stolen valor. Sorry, who gives a fuck about any of this? They've already been fired for theft. They've already been dismissed. Nothing's going to change that. No matter saying, I brought down the hammer on him, is going to change. No, you didn't. You got sacked, removed by me. I remember removing you. Do you want me to send a few screenshots that says, Nathan removed John Stunyer from the group? Do you need me to... I don't need to prove fucking anything. Facts. You got fired. You stole from me. Now you're going to tell an audience any old shite to justify your thievery. And that's all you'll ever have to do. Me, when it comes up like now, I'll just turn the camera on and go, John Stunyer stole from me. As a confidence trickster by suggesting he'd offer me help. He had assistance from a man telling me that I'd earn 10x from their help, called Adam Meakin, another thief. That's it. Do I look like I'm twitching? These are facts that were documented in history by recording the process of them telling me how much help I'd get from them and how much more money I'd earn from their assistance. Therefore, when they retain said work they offered to assist with, I will call them thieves. And they'll say, no, he didn't develop these housekeeping questions that I've written about and haven't stolen. This person over here that also isn't me did. Oh, well, what wonderful spin. Very amusing. And long may it continue. Long may it be the case that there's a necessity for two thieving fuckers who stole my 5th draft after conning me into help are going to always have to justify their thievery. This will never, ever go away. Ever.
Right. Yeah. That was my next question is the reason, one of the reasons that this is still being focused on, because there are people within our community that are being convinced otherwise?
Yes. If you get enough time with somebody you love bombing, you can convince them, if they're empathic enough, that you might have been the one that's wronged. So as an example, in spite of me having, quote, I wouldn't work on your book, Nathan. How many times have we done any work without your icon here? None. And I wouldn't do any work on it because it's your book. End quote, the Adam Meakin. You can take that and then take some, I don't know, some fucking retard, Flatsy Klein, and get her to the point where she thinks I've almost stolen from them. Yeah? How do you achieve that? Well, what you do is you give them a little bio in a book that you've stolen where they get described as a country singer. Now, this isn't a country singer. This is getting on in age, not particularly attractive, not particularly fantastic singer, just average, can just about hold a tune in an echoey room. That's not a country singer. That's a mother who's wanting to be a singer and didn't make it in that regard. Now me, I'm a successful YouTuber. Here I am, 26,000 subscribers, 10 million views. That's success. I can say to somebody, and I do, I am a YouTuber, because it's a fact. Flatsy Klein's not a country singer. Now, me singing in the shower in a microphone, I can record Teenage Dirtbag. That doesn't make me a pop star. Doesn't make me a pop singer. I've sung Teenage Dirtbag, therefore I'm a pop singer. No, that's delusional. But what am I? I'm a YouTuber. But if you can convince somebody who wants to be a country singer that in a bio about Flat Earth, okay, it says they're a country singer, that person's easily malleable and manipulated into believing that we'll only help you with your book because it's your book, end quote, Adam Meakin, is actually me stealing from them. That's how it works. Now, what I've said is, good. This isn't unexpected. Narcissists are incredibly predictable. Therefore, them gaslighting flying monkeys and poisoning the well against me after the fact is absolutely expected. But what it does is gives us an opportunity to see a nice burning bright light on Retardia. Oh, you're the dumb ones of the group. Good. I'm glad we can identify you. No. Stay over there. It's okay. Well away from us.
Well, I like to read something. Derek Truck says, this is so funny. This is after his video calling you a liar. What happened to Nathan's book? You didn't give it back? You admitted to helping Nathan for months, but you decided not to return his property. You didn't extort him for co-authorship? You just helped him edit the book for months just to toss it in the bin? Was Nathan okay with never getting his work back? Or should I wait for the tapes to get these holes in your story filled in? Sounds like this guy's got a proper handle on what was going on. Yeah.
Why do we? What's the point of the tapes? I don't get that. What?
So what's happening is there's a suggestion that I am withholding tapes that show their innocence. So, for instance, there'll be a tape where we sit down around a big board table and I sign over co-authorship to my work to them, and then they carry on working. I mean, that's on the tapes. It isn't. It's just narratives where the person who's sacked you for theft and removed you from their company holds the keys to your own innocence.
Retracted. In other words, if
by
you release all the
metaphor,
tapes,
this is the metaphor. You get dragged up to the MD's desk, and he shows you tapes of you stealing from the production line, and you get fired and escorted out the building. Later down the pub, you tell the people in the pub that if they'd have checked the CCTV footage, it would have shown that they were working so hard on the production line the entire time that they were the most valuable member of staff there. In fact, the tapes, the CCTV footage, would show that they built the actual factory with their bare hands. But for the fact that the person who fired them is holding back the CCTV material that shows what an absolute model employee they were and how they built the freaking factory. So therefore, it's the company's fault that you don't see how innocent I am. They, the ones who fired me, are holding back the evidence of my innocence, the bastards.
that's exactly correct.
Yeah, well, I said it earlier. Narcissists are incredibly predictable. So I saw this coming a mile off. So what did I do? 8 months ago, subtly to members, released all the tapes and trimmed out sections that made quotes like Adam making it explicitly clear that he'd only work on my book. His words, not mine, because he wanted, because he felt so proud, to offer me the ability to earn 10 times more money. That's the kind of confidence trickster lies that got released 8 months ago. So then I could just forget about it and not worry about it. And then when someone says release the tapes, other members of my Patreon go to the tapes and go, here's you saying this, you lying piece of shit. And then they have to go, no, I was being sarcastic. And I turn around and go, so facts based on their very recent in the last week admissions, you literally cannot believe a word Adam Meakin says. By his own admission, I was being sarcastic. Oh, right, you don't like the tapes. Now, I haven't released these tapes. I did it 8 months ago. And my Patreons have gone and dug out the bits that show them to be complete liars. And then when there's extra holes punched in their bullshit narrative to justify theft, people point out the flaws. No, you absolutely weren't suggesting that you were a co-author. You were conning me, telling me that I'd earn 10 times much money and telling me that you wouldn't do any work on it unless I was there because it's, quote, your book. That's Adam Words describing me and my book he's helping with. What's that? New story? No, when I said I'm going to have to ask, quote, the author what he wants in his book, that was sarcasm. Yeah. They didn't like the tapes when people started presenting them to them. It seemed like a good idea before the Patreon started getting involved and digging out little clips that showed them to be egregious liars and thieves. Then they didn't like the tapes.
And don't forget, in one of the tapes refracted, it has Adam admitting, saying that how many times did I take the work home with me and do it? One in the previous tape, you were saying that you wouldn't do nothing without Nathan's icon being there. Oh, no, not that tape. Don't release that tape.
Yeah, like I say, you can't change history, so I don't need to release a damn thing. However, because I suspected there might be scenarios down the line where people go, oh, well, how dare you justify sacking these people and removing them from your company that you use to feed your kids with? Oh, well, no, they weren't being paid and actually they sacked you. Really? I'm still here, you dumb fuck. Oh, you've been identified by a nice burning bright light. Oh, yeah. Stay over there. It's all good. No. I understand. Second book. Yes. Stay over there.
So the community is actually using this as a way to weed out retards now, it seems like.
That's what I'm doing with it. I don't know about the community. For me, it's like a burning bright light of that's an obviously stupid person if they're willing to fall for it. It's like the type of employer that doesn't get references. A good employer will go, okay, you seem like the right man for the job. You seem trustworthy. You've got good information. I'll just phone your former employer. Is this a good employee? I would not re-employ that person. Oh, thank you very much for the coded message that says, don't employ them under any circumstances. Yeah?
I mean, last week I missed a bit. I didn't know that people were using your Patreons to show where they're liars. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and they think that Nathan's sending out these little snippets. It's hilarious. It's like, hello, Nathan's not sending out nothing. These are people that are hearing your bullshit and stepping in and saying, no, we have, witnessed history differently than you're trying to portray it, you thieving bastard.
Well, he kind of made those enemies. QE did. The way he treated people. There are people out there who would dedicate the rest of their lives to making him look like a liar. I guarantee you.
Yeah, but
you don't have to make him look like a liar. He is. They said they would help. They didn't help. They decided they wanted authorship. That's it. That's the bottom line. Stop trying to twist the story around like you canned the book and it was garbage when you read the thing, and then you started putting your stuff in there. So now it's your book. Come on, stop the bullshit. Just come clean. You should have asked right from the beginning what you wanted, but you didn't because you would have got told absolutely not.
Yeah, and the book wouldn't have been. I can't really think of any effect that they've had on it, But yeah, Neil, you're absolutely right. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, there are people now that that QE has been so cruel to and so vile that they will spend the rest of their life proving he's a liar. Yeah.
Here's the thing. He doesn't. Does he realize I was in every session? I know what the frick went down. I'm not an idiot. I mean, geez, knock it off, QE.
Meanwhile, life goes on. Like I say, fun though this is what you really get excluded from. In seeking a higher degree of social validation and acceptance, that's the kudos of being a freaking author. You simultaneously get cast down as a pariah and excluded from a community. So you don't get to enjoy this. I mean, people might be listening to this and going, oh, that's no big deal. What, you get to sit around and talk to each other? Wowee. You're like, no, that's life. That's what life is. Yeah? Now, if you're in the frame of mind that you want to enjoy every last second of it, then being excluded from it will and does weigh very heavy on people's souls, especially when the thing that they're trying to achieve, the gamble, is to attain a higher degree of social acceptance. For some that don't care, they appreciate the negative narcissistic supply as much as the positive. They just as much go for infamy as they would fame. Well, those people are beyond help. Others genuinely seek social acceptance, genuinely seek affirmation of their brilliance, genuinely want confirmation and people looking up to them for their achievements in being an author. That's what some people seek. Now, me, I'm a lot more humble. I just need to keep the freaking lights on. That's it. Oh, right. My 10 years of work looks really appealing from the outside. It'd be really good if you could slap your name in lights above one aspect of it. Okay. I mean, I'm flattered. There's a lot of mini-me's out there, it would seem. But ultimately speaking, it doesn't really have that much value. This, what we are doing right this second, has the highest value. And that's the main thing that I see when I exclude somebody from this group, that they actually get to lose. There's a group to be excluded from. It does upset me. 8 months ago, I was deeply upset by it. Like every time you get fucked over by a friend, you can't quite frickin' believe it's happened. The sting is a little bit less every time it happens. The expectation that it's going to happen increases a little bit each time. But, it's not that it's not upsetting. But you have to be in a position where you can say, I'm not going to be browbeaten based on my financial insecurity. for you to take possession of something that I've built up and only developed to earn a coin from. Now, the only purpose in writing a book was so I could earn a living. Yes, it has to be exceptionally high quality material for that to be the case. You know, Stephen King writes books because he wants to earn a living. Is he good at writing books about horror? Yes, he is. That's why they sell. But that doesn't change that he's writing the next book so that he can turn it into money and buy a new car with that fund. That's what it's for. Now, some people aren't necessarily interested in the actual money because they haven't got that necessity to earn money like I have. What they do want is the valor, the credit, the kudos, the so-called fart-sniffing adoration of others when you say I'm an author. Like I say, it's that twat in Starbucks with his laptop open, clicking away in front of a whole group of people that are just there to drink coffee because he's a freaking author. Just working on my last chapter.
You know, I was thinking back, there was a warning sign that was really, really, really prevalent, and I missed it. Somebody come in and asked all the people on the panel why we were still here then if we knew this, you know. And I answered, you know, because these are my friends. I like talking to them. I seen the value in that, you know.
Yep.
But if you go back and listen to that, there was, I think maybe Neil was the only one that got it. And maybe Elijah, I'm not sure. But the others were like, I'm doing this on behalf of truth, justice, and the American way.
You got it. Really... Exactly. I've got an obligation. That was the last time it was brought up, and it was by Jin. I'm obliged to... Really? I'm here because I want to produce content. And if we've got a really good, interesting subject matter to discuss, then there'll always be a communal endeavour to take part in on a live show. And that will result in me being able to trim out video clips and people being interested in watching them. But that relies upon us having the, you know, the lowbrow base instinct to want to enjoy each other's company and discuss events and concepts. Now, as a concept, Flat Earth's pretty out there, therefore is always going to have a certain number of people who are interested in it and therefore want to discuss it on a show. Now, that is really the heart of Flat Earth debate. Not housekeeping questions. No, the community around the show that's been built and resulted in those questions coming to fruition. And therefore me asking them thousands of times. Now you can say, but I was there when this question got developed. Yeah, you were. You were a part of the group. Did you enjoy it? Is that moment in time something you look back on fondly? Did you appreciate while that moment was going on how valuable it truly was? Because it's only after the fact that you want to steal valor because a book's coming out by ascribing your name to the advertising in the big lights. What advertising in big lights? You know, even if it had been the same book that got stolen, it would still require me going out and publicising it. In the very discussion from Adam, my former editor, about going out and promoting the material he was saying would earn 10x, was under the guise of me specifically, and only me, going on to, in Adam's estimation, a complete wanker called Simon Dan's show to promote my book. Now, that is not in my future, and nor would it be something that I would endeavour to do, but that was the, you know, over-the-mark, not requested suggestion by an editor whilst working on my book and assuring me, A, I would earn 10x more for my book, and that B, he'd only be working on it in my company because specifically it's my book. / hammer came down from Thor, heaven opened, water turned into wine, and then QE was manifested into existence to make it all happen before he arrived.
That's funny.
It's kind of sad they can't see the real value in it. They still can't.
No, and that's what that phone call. That's what I said. Like you're causing people. You're gonna draw a line and cause people to choose. And geez, it's like everybody else gave us more about it than they did. Like I can tell you cared more than they did. So did I. because you're drawing a line and people are going to choose. And I'm going to choose. I'm always going to be on the side that's correct, you know. Proof that it's correct. I mean, geez, there's none needed here. Nathan was writing a book. 10th man suggested for income, extra income. They stepped in and said, hold off on that. We can help you make it much better. Never once did they say they want to go off the ship. So that goes right out the freaking window. All right? You're hoping that Nathan sees after time that all the work is put in. There were more off days than on days. I was there for every one of the sessions. Now, QE, you could spin it however way you want to spin it. You got a couple of gullible little housewives that are following you and a couple of turds that are straggling. But you can say what you want. I was there for all of them. I know what the hell went down. Adam got robbed, you say? Oh, and you were the smart guy to say, what if you die? Send me the material. Why wasn't it send Nathan the material? Make sure Nathan has a copy.
I think QE realized the plot hole at that point, and then he made that up. You know, like wait, how can we have this book if we said this book got stolen? And like they're trying to figure out how to do that. You know.
Well, I just think they weren't prepared. They were working their way on how to present it to Nathan. I don't know, but that's bullshit. Then you're waiting for a big comfy chair to sit down and write in. Listen, we know where this stemmed from. It may have been in QE's heart the whole time, right? But when freaking Ranty, of all people, started with the ghostwriters, that's when it went to their freaking head. They really thought that they were authors. About Nathan and housekeeping. The whole freaking book was about FED, not about quantum erasure or Adam Meakin. What are you going to write about?
Right.
The perils of the day in the drugstore?
But the plot hole in their story. But Neil, the plot hole in their story was that it was stolen, right? And they don't have possession of it anymore. How are they going to ask Nathan if they can put their name on as authors if they don't have the book?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But they're working hard at trying to change history. So what are you going to do? They're going to scream forever, release the tapes. And all anybody's got to do is just go back and listen to the shows. Those are the tapes. Oh, you want constant tapes of... I wish he would, because then I could count the hours. Because he's claiming, listen to this, 1,500 hours of time. Are you out of your freaking mind?
Every time somebody releases a tape that shows he's a liar, just yell, release the tapes. We'll make it into like an internet phenomenon.
I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. What difference does it make? They've already been fired. So, okay, you want to suggest in the pub that if it was only for the CCTV footage being released, you'd be shown for the innocence that... It's like, if you were genuinely innocent, you wouldn't give a shit about any of this. It's like none of this would be consequential. None of it would need justification. Like me, I'm not having to justify anything about my book, the one that's about to come out. That's just my book that's about to come out.
Nathan, the only reason...
Hold on. Some people in the pub, some of the drunkards there were decent people getting caught up with it. So, we're just trying to help them out a little bit.
Right. There are some retarded people that I like that need a little bit of extra information, and that's why I do it.
Yeah, I kind of feel that John echoed my sentiment, right? That's the problem. As much as I can say, look, I'm glad there's a shining, burning, bright light on you and you're being demonstrated to me as being stupid, it doesn't mean I don't like you. It's like, okay, fine. I just look at that and go, well, yes, but some of my friends are stupid. Now, they are often the friends that get taken advantage of the quickest, aren't they? Now, we've all got those friends, right? The dumb ones. And sometimes you don't necessarily recognise them quickly as being dumb, and you might get a bit, you know, in a position where their dumbness puts you in peril. Well, you know, most people don't want that. They need to be able to identify dumb so they can protect themselves from it. It doesn't mean it's not fun to hang around with people that are like that, or that you'd find any, you know, any reason to despise them just because, well, you're just a bit dumb. But it's nice to be able to quickly identify them. So you go, okay, you're one of them. No worries. No problem. And just stay over there. You know, where I can keep an eye on you, I can see what you're doing. So when you set yourself on fire or someone else pours petrol on you, I'm a nice healthy distance away. And while you're screaming,
maybe
go on. I was about to get dark, so
I was going to say
interruption.
I was going to say maybe we should put a foam pit in the corner for them or something, just so they can't get hurt. Just a little foam pit they could stay in while they're around us. Because I like them. I don't want them to get hurt.
So
but if they can't see us,
it's one of them. So let me put it in this scenario. So tomorrow, this comes up again. Someone comes onto the show. They come into Discord and they say, "When are you going to release the tapes, Nathan?" And I go, "Will it unfire them if I do?" And what are you talking about? I'm like, "They've been fired already. They've gone. I've removed them. If I release some tapes, will it unfire them? Will it mean that I haven't removed them from my company for theft? Will it change that?" Like, if they came in through the open door, they're still welcome to come through the front door, by the way. The door's open. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have control of the server. I don't ban anybody. It's not, in the same instance, I didn't used to ban anybody from the previous server. I have no control over this server. I've never banned anybody from a Discord server. I don't know how to do it. As far as I'm concerned, the door's open for all. But the minute they walk through the door, from behind the bar, I'll go, "Hey, it's the thieves who stole from me." That's what they'll get met with. But they'll be meted and greeted with the, acknowledgement of theft when they walk through the door. Now, if somebody turns around and goes, "No, they didn't," I'll be like, "Excuse me, you're going to tell me I didn't sack them for theft?" I did. "No, you didn't." "Yeah, I did." "Release the tapes." Will it unsack them? No. Will it change that the reason they've been removed is because they stole from me? No. Well, you don't believe they stole from me? It doesn't matter what you believe. It wasn't your material that they stole, so who gives a shit what you believe? They stole from me, so I sacked them. Now, you don't like that part of the story, the bit where I removed them for theft. You don't have to. It's inconsequential to me. I couldn't give a shit. No amount of releasing tapes is going to unscramble these scrambled eggs. They have been removed for theft. That will never change. And no amount of saying, "No, but we didn't do it." Yeah, but you did get fired for it, didn't you? Yes.
How
Now
could
you say,
you
"Well,
fire
you're wrong."
somebody that wasn't getting paid?
Gosh, can. I did.
Ask him again.
it's like saying someone who does volunteer work can't work.
I'll ask him again, John. Hey, QE, when your wife was putting the screws to you, when she was pressuring you for staying up late nights working on something that was ultimately another man's legacy that you would ultimately attempt to steal. When you felt that way, release the tapes. Every fiber in your body, every blood vessel. When you felt that way, and Nathan told you to your face you weren't going to be an author, did you say anything at that point on those tapes that were released? Did you say anything at that point, or were you a bitch for the next 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, not saying anything at all? Which one was it?
I think I've got an answer for you. Now, he didn't say he wanted to be an author when explicitly told he wasn't going to be getting credit for my book that was being offered help and assistance with by lots of other people who were also in the room at the time. But you can think of it as though he did behave like a man and not a little bitch. You can think of it as him not being a little bitch, not saying anything after explicitly being told, "No, you won't get credit for this work that you're giving me. Nobody will be." But you can think of getting credit. I'm pretty sure that's an actual quote of what I actually said.
Can you hear the sarcasm in Adam's voice when he's saying these things, Nathan? Can't you hear the play in his voice that we're friends?
When a man says to me, "What would you like, author?" and I respond, "I would like this," and then work continues, I accept that that man is asking me, an author of a book I'm being helped edit, what I want when it's being edited. Now, if that person later says, "Actually, what I meant was, I'm writing this book, I will make a decision, and therefore I'll ask you because it makes perfect sense to, given that I'm the author and you're not," then we can only conclude one thing. You can't take a single word Adam says seriously. He is a fundamental liar. When he says one thing, that's "what would you like, author?" what he means is something else, so just don't trust him. Because it doesn't matter what words come out of his mouth, there's a good chance he doesn't mean them and will later say he's being sarcastic, aka lying. Yeah, it's a surprise to me, not totally predicted, that the tapes would demonstrate that you'd need to come up with a story about being sarcastic when you're shown to be a thieving, lying, scheming con man. No, I'm pretty sure that I already knew when I sacked you for theft that you were a thieving, scheming bastard who lies.
You're mixing up the tapes. You're mixing it up. In that tape, when he was saying how grateful they were to be part of it, helping you edit the book, that's when his voice was like pleading, "Nathan, we're your friends." Can't you hear in his voice?
Oh,
Trying to shake you and wake you up.
When he was saying, quote, "I'm so proud to help, we're your friends," that was sarcasm. What he meant was, we're going to steal from you and are definitely not your friends.
Absolutely. You got it. Now, the idea that you should have to release your material to prove that the material they stolen, which is your material, I'm still getting confused on this one. Hold on a second. So your material is your material, and you have the right to release it unless they want it, and then it's really, God, my logic is falling here, man. I'm trying to figure this out. Can somebody
Don't
help
you
me?
realize that it was part of the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel? All of that information is part of his website. That's all copyright. It's under copyright law. So if anything was taken out and put in Nathan's book willingly by a friend who was helping edit it, I don't know. You freaking fill in a blank there and see what was going on. Sounds like a little bitch move.
Did anybody bother to tell him you can't copyright someone else's citation?
It's all right there. It's on Quantum Eraser. You just go right to my YouTube site. You'll see it all out. And I steal my own stuff.
Yeah, that one blows my mind. Like the idea that he can copyright that, and it's
The scientific method. I came up with the scientific method. It's right there on my site.
Like the idea that you could say it's the ultimate reference guide, right? Which means you're super citation heavy, but you're going someone you can copyright it. Like it's just it smells stupid. You know what I mean? And that's stupid what I just said, but it's genius in comparison to what they're claiming.
This is your book, Nathan. You see what it says here? And he holds up the book that I guess you narrated. So, and then, oh yeah, they're holding you to task on that, John. Perfected. See, even you said 2 books when you explained how the 2 books, one was the framework and one was being edited. So, because you said 2 books, you stumbled over your words.
I did, absolutely. 2 drafts. Not bad.
Everybody knows exactly what you were saying. All right? You're going to start picking in words. Really? You stole the drafts you were helping Nathan with. And the reason why this all hit the fan was because Nathan requested them so he could go to work on them because you guys were procrastinating for months. So the boss took control. And then when you showed your hand, you got fired. Actually terminated, which fits your name perfectly. General Jerkoff, Tooth Billy, got fired because he tried to steal from his friend that actually helped him start a show and run a show. So all the bullshit that you taught and everything he knows, I think Nathan taught you a few things, like how to run a show.
I think that's really what gets me about it is the amount of things that Nathan made QE in this community. He wouldn't be shit without Nathan,
Yeah,
And
I
then-
put up the first episode. I posted it the other day in chat, the first episode of freaking QE. And boy, was he gushing over Nathan. So was Betty. How fast things change.
Ah, well, easy come, easy go.
Just like money. Money comes and money goes, right?
Yeah. And it's always nice when people who are potentially going to put you in much worse positions reveal themselves what they are. So you can make a decision there and then. There's plenty of people who go through life and gone, if only I'd have said no. If only I'd have just had the strength of will to say no when this person was browbeating me, bullying me, lording it over me, extorting me. Why didn't I just have the strength of mind to say no? And in the case of most people, it's because there's a lever that's being used, something that's being employed against them that forces them to bend a knee when they wouldn't normally. And in my case, it was money. Poverty, right? Right at the end, I was offered a loan by one of these two thieving fuckers. Why would I need a loan?
Oh my God. The time of year that it happened at, even, man, they knew that was your lowest point, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he thought that he was just going to succumb like he did to the show, Ballbusters. So really, he was playing with a hand that he thought he had.
Well, the time of year that it happened at changes a lot because I've been working under the idea that they're just idiots. They've done this thing and they probably regret it. They're probably seeing it and blah, blah, blah. They're not actually con men. They're actually good guys. They're just stupid and they're too proud to see it. But the time frame is kind of takes away from that because they thought about it enough to know when Nathan was at his weakest.
That's correct. It was months passed by. Months passed by, nothing was getting done. Because Adam went on holiday, and then there was the book fiasco, the thieving part of it, and how it had us thinking, oh, it could be ballers. Boy, you had us like gullible little idiots, didn't you? Yeah, well, that's because I'm not thinking anything bad of you at the time. I mean, why would I? It was Adam and QE. Why would anybody think that they would do something like that?
On the other hand, this means that there's been a substantial and dramatic build-up to the release of my book. So therefore, given that provenance has already been discussed in terms of the improvement of the material itself as a consequence of the time it's taken to actually come to fruition, there's a constant barrage of publicity, albeit because of the turmoil and, love loss that's occurred and betrayal, and it's very negative in terms of the type of build-up that the book's released. But for the fact that this has happened, though, the book would just be occasionally someone saying, "How's the book coming along?" And you'd be like, "Yeah, it's going all right. did the artwork today." You know what I mean? It wouldn't be very interesting. Whereas I would imagine that most people who are aware of the show currently are aware of this drama around a book that's about to be released. Well, that offers so much higher a degree of excitement. I think it was even Brian that said at one point, "Are you doing this deliberately? Because it's fantastic publicity." You're like, "No, I'm not intentionally suggesting that my material that we were working on for 12 straight months is now not capable of me even opening it because it's been withheld from a computer that's been stolen. Oh, but actually it's been sent to Quantum Eraser in case Adam died." It's like, what? This bullshit lie story that's been manufactured to put me in some guilty position where I feel bad that a crap computer but nothing else, the Dungeons and Dragon toys, have been stolen from a shed that they took a window out and just left by the side so it could be nicely and easily reinstalled. Because
that's exactly how I used to break into property, just like that.
You didn't just break the window.
Hold on just a minute. I wasn't talking about your book, buddy. All right. I was talking about the damage they've done to this community. Now, that is good for your book. The damage they've done to this community is really good for your book. I won't deny that. But yeah, that's two different things, buddy. Don't you do that.
Well, you never know. It may reunite a community. If you think about it from the point of view where I was describing on the live show, right? So the book comes out and the people who are closest to me go out and buy a copy, read it and go, "Fucking A, I can recommend this." That is to say, I will suggest not only that somebody reads it, that it's not when somebody says, "Oh, you should go and buy this book." It's more the fact that somebody says, "I read this really cool book. It had these interesting events in it, these interesting concepts in it, and these interesting characters in it." And somebody listens to it and goes, "What's the book called?" And then they get told, and then they go and download it because they've had enough of an enthusiastic discussion about this book that somebody's just finished reading, that it enthuses them to go out and buy a copy. That's the obvious hope, right? And I can't predict the future, but I hope I've done a good enough job to achieve said ends, and that is something that would filter through to people who are in the community when they see some random outsider. What do you mean some TikTokers talking about measured flat and how it fantastically converts the normie into a flat earth understander immediately? That's something that would pique the interest of people who have walked away from us. And I absolutely assure you, people are, when I say I'm fickle, right, what I really mean is I am being honest about human nature. I understand my own human nature. People are selfish creatures, but they're also incredibly fickle. Most people are incredibly, and when everyone sits around going, "I'm not," yeah, you are. People are like that, right? People have forgiveness within them. People are generally short-term memory impaired and will forget quickly. The example came up really recently with Flatsoid, right? I really had to rack my brains for why I fell out with him. It's because somebody in his live stream chat was claiming I'm a child abuser, and when I moaned about it, he basically snapped at me. I got irritated because I was being accused of beating my kids in one of his controlled discussion forums, and rather than empathising with me, somebody had supported him, done GoFundMe raisers for him, helped him to get a computer so he could actually run the show I was on, turned around and basically said, "Get lost." So it's like, "Oh, right, okay, well, I'll just turn my back on you forever." Until he came back in, "Hey, Flatside, why do we fall out again?" People are fickle, right? You forget. Now, as I said at the time, and I'll say it now, that's not something, when you get really fucked over and it's cost you dearly, like it's cost you a couple of years of earning money off a book that you'd written and were told that it needed work and someone could offer the help with it, only for them to steal it, that you don't forget in a hurry. Somebody ancillary to some troll saying I'm a child abuser, that's easily forgotten. But stealing your material that you've worked on for several years, that's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? It's not something you forget in a hurry. But it doesn't mean that when if they do come back through the door, with a load of people alongside them, or whatever it is that they choose to get the Dutch courage, you know, have a few drinks in another bar when they stroll into this one, they'll still be greeted in the same manner. Hello, thieves. How's it going?
No, you did it. That was a weak complex. The day you did it the other day was better. Hey, you bunch of thieving bastards! How the hell are you?
Yeah, it's just, man. Like every time I try to give them something to try to soften the blow from this, I end up making it worse for myself.
Yeah. They hold you as two books. Even John said two books. Sort of like, what's his name over there? Even John said I'm right about the elevation angle. He still shouts that from the freaking rooftops, Doesn't bring up the fact that we said, hello, what about eyes on the horizon, on the water, right? The water level, in a rubber raft, right? Doesn't bring that fact up. What he says is nobody's taking an elevation angle from a raft. Nobody's doing celestial navigation from a raft. That's probably where they would do it from, because the ship went down. But they pick out certain things you say and bring it up,
I do feel pretty good about being the ultimate authority to him. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of gets me going. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he thinks if John says he's right, then he's right. Yeah? Yeah? I guess nobody else feels that way, but I like it. My nipples are kind of getting hard right now just thinking about it.
How long have I been in this arena? How many times have I taught you? Do not believe anybody's claim without support.
What the? Neil, are you making fun of somebody?
Support your claims, Nathan.
Oh, you're not here. I fired you because you stole from me. that is not in need of justification. It's already happened. I had a quick word with myself.
Rinse and repeat.
I had a quick word with myself. I went, shall I fire these two thieving fuckers? Yes. And then I did. We'll be back to regular service tomorrow, covering some of the Feast of Nonsense questions that Surf Daddy presented last week. We reached number 30. I can tell you're all very excited about that fact. That's good to see.
I am. Just will be a few moments before I have to head off to work tomorrow. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, jolly good.
I see you found yourself a job, bud. Good stuff.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, I'm going to be doing inventory.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah, it's called WIS International. The latest I see is
the Walmart chains here in our adjacent towns. Then we go to other cities, and then so be it. It turns into me flying to places. But for right now, yeah, the adjacent towns and the stores around us. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but yeah, it's been fun through all the scams and the hunting for months now. So yeah, you know the deal if you don't see me on the live stream or the after show. I am thankful for all the precious moments we have together.
Me too. I love you guys.
Precious moment. Isn't that a song?
You rock it, bro. You rock it.
Would you like to
I
see?
can only rock certain things, and that's not one of them.
Would you like to see one of the images from the book? The last image.
You know, not even to ask the question. Just show us it and say on screen is an image from the book.
On screen is an image from the book.
You know how many things in that
Oh my goodness!
are, like, so right.
That is hysterical.
Where did you get this made? Where the bloody hell did you get this?
Where's the empty wine glass?
You mean the empty bottles, plural. And him holding a wine glass.
I wanted to go, but guys, thank you guys very much. I appreciate all of you. Y'all are great friends. I love all of you. I gotta go. See
You
you.
have a
Thank
blessed
you.
one, John.
See you later.
Take care, Joe.
You too.
Good to see you. I like my image. There was a bit of
Absolutely.
There's some blank pages at the back.
Plastered all over the internet. It's priceless.
Well, I think maybe the only thing you're lacking there is the production setup for those Class A drugs.
I doubt it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
I almost
institute
did.
those,
Almost.
but yeah, it's still A's.
I didn't put any Rick Simpson oil production equipment in there. It was too cluttered. Wow, doesn't time fly? Almost 5 hours. Well, I'm hoping tomorrow Discord will be a bit more enthusiastic when we cover the Feast of Nonsense questions. Hopefully we'll have some audience participation, so to speak. By audience, I mean Discord.
What do we got to do here? Get some espresso shots in the break room to get these guys going.
Definitely. Well, getting your guys' reactions off the Feast of Nonsense is what I've managed to turn into shorts videos of me talking about it in a very concise way. So, I don't know. I appreciate it. And certain times, obviously, there's the person that's asking the question that has to be included in it. So Surf Daddy made it to one of them, and so did Neil, and so did One Deck, I think, was in one of them. So I'll be releasing more over the next week. I've been releasing about one a day, like I did with the microphone videos. I've kept a similar schedule, but with shorts videos about the Feast of Nonsense. And I've got about 2 or 3 dozen of them now. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Hit me up on PayPal, Patreon, all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and Cheapest panels. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.